You will be taking the CSEC English A exams in just a couple of days, maybe even just a couple of hours. If you're watching this video, then you probably already understand that this is one of the most important exams you'll ever take. This video you're watching right now is almost 5 hours long, but you're going to watch every second of it, and here's why. You want to crush that exam. This video will help you to master Paper 1. In this video, I'll take you through 300 past paper questions, and along the way, you'll learn the patterns and structures of Paper 1 questions. You'll also pick up the strategies you need to ace the exam. Not only that, but since CSEC has the good habit of repeating passages and questions, even entire sections of questions, going through this Paper 1 marathon correctly will also expose it to a large bank of questions that all have a chance of appearing on this year's exam. Okay, so how do you run this Paper 1 marathon correctly? Well, just follow the rules. If you want to make the most out of this resource, this is what you have to do. First, pause the video right now and go get a notebook and a pen or pencil. Okay, now you have your pen and paper. Prepare one page of your notebook to look like mine so you can answer 60 questions. And this is what my book is looking like. Now do this 4 more times so that you have 5 pages looking like this. So you've just made your 5 answer sheets. You need 5 because you'll be working 5 past papers. So pause and get that done. I'll be waiting right here. Good, so you have your materials. Now here's how the marathon works. After I read each question, a 5-second timer will appear on the screen. Don't panic, you don't need to answer the questions within 5 seconds. That would be insane. Instead, you have 5 seconds in which to pause the video. Make sure you pause the video before the timer disappears. Then reread the question and options for yourself and write down your answer. For now, take as long as you need to think about each question and decide what the best answer is. After you write your answer down, play the video. I'll tell you the correct answer. I'll also tell you why the correct answer is correct and why the incorrect answers are incorrect. If your answer is correct, just give it a tick. If it's wrong, give it an X. As we go through the marathon, you will see this timer many times. Whenever you see it, you need to pause the video, either to answer a question, read some instructions, or read a passage. If you do not pause the video each time, if you don't actually think and read for yourself, this video will not help you. Follow the rules if you want to dominate Paper 1. At the end of each paper, check your score out of 60 and write it down. We want this number to improve as we go through the 5 tests and 300 questions. Now this next step is super important, so listen up. When you finish a test, before going on to the next one, go back and check all your wrong answers. Make sure you understand the explanations given. If you skip this step, then watching this video will be a waste of time. By the way, as we go through the tests, we'll see questions and passages repeated. So even though we're doing 300 questions, the number of unique questions is actually lower than 300. This is one of the reasons why you need to go back and double check your wrong answers. So when you see those questions again, whether in this marathon or in the actual exam, you won't make the same mistake. You will take a break after each test. As far as possible, do not take breaks within the test. Go through each test from beginning to end without taking a break, because this is the kind of stamina you will need for the real exam. And of course, do not use anything except your brain to come up with your answers. No dictionary, no Google. If there's any question or answer that you just cannot understand, even with my explanation, tell me about it in the comment section and I'll get back to you within minutes or hours. By the way, if you appreciate what I'm doing, give this video a like. And don't be mean. Share this video with your classmates and on social media even before you begin the marathon. Go ahead, pause the video now, share it with your friends. Having some company will make the marathon more fun. I'll give you one last chance to get ready. Find a quiet space where you can focus. Make sure you're ready to get started and there are no distractions. If you need to pause again and set up, do that. When this timer hits 0, it's go time. We'll get started with the May-June 2016 paper. In the exam, you'll have an hour and a half. But since we'll be going through several papers today, hopefully we won't take this long. Items 1 to 5. Each sentence has either 1 or 2 words missing. Choose from the 4 options the word or pair of words which best completes the meaning of the sentence. Mark your choice on the answer sheet. So this is basically a vocabulary test. Number 1, despite his short temper, his willingness to give of his wealth to help others succeed led people to call him something. A, hasty, B, foolish, C, benevolent, D, old-fashioned. Okay, this one is pretty easy. It has to be C. How do we know it's C? There are actually 2 major clues here. Despite his short temper. So despite means we'll be looking for something of a contrast. So we see despite his short temper. Short temper, this is a negative quality, which means the word we're looking for will likely be a positive quality. So it could not be hasty, it could not be foolish, it could have been old-fashioned, but the second clue makes it much clearer. His willingness to give of his wealth, so he's a very generous, very kind person, which means he's benevolent. That's what benevolent means. Okay, on to number 2. When parents display something for one child, the others are likely to feel something. So the answer has to be C. When parents display a preference for one child, so when parents prefer one child or has a favorite, the others are likely to feel jealous of that child. B and C are completely out. A is a little close, but C is a much more accurate, a more sensible sentence. Let's try A. When parents display a fondness for one child, so when parents are fond of one child, the others are likely to feel lonely. The reason why this isn't better than C is even if a parent is fond of one particular child, it doesn't mean they're not fond of the others. It doesn't mean that they prefer that child. A parent can be fond of many children. So it wouldn't mean that the others would feel lonely. But of course, if there's a preference, then jealousy might come into play. All right, number 3, an attack on someone when that person is most vulnerable may be something, but is always something. So we have a major hint here, but is, which means these 2 words are going to be at least somewhat contrasting. So an attack on someone when they're most vulnerable, when they're in a state of weakness, when they're open to attack. Such an attack may be inappropriate, so A is in. It may be rewarding, okay. It may be destructive, okay. It may be effective. So from this hint alone, we cannot eliminate anything. But let's see what the second word could be. So an attack on someone when that person is most vulnerable may be something, but is always. Can an attack on someone who is vulnerable be thoughtful? No, so that's out. It can be satisfying, distressing. This doesn't seem like it would fit, because I guess we're dealing with the perspective of the person doing the attack, so it could be unkind. So how can we choose between B and D? Let's try both. An attack on someone when that person is most vulnerable may be rewarding, but is always satisfying. So the problem here is we have but is, but these words are not contrasting. They have the same connotation. They're both positive. So because we have but is, we're looking for 2 contrasting words. So attacking someone when they're at their lowest point, when they're vulnerable, it may be effective, but it's always unkind to do so. So number 3 is D. Okay, number 4. While the committee members something insults across the floor, the chairman tried in vain to something order. Okay, the answer is A. No suspense here. It has to be A. So the committee members are hurling insults. This is a bit metaphorical. They're basically throwing the insults. Insults, we can imagine persons hurling insults, throwing them, being rough and very unkind. And the chairman, of course, he's trying to restore order. He's trying to regain control of the situation. Speak is too weak a word here for insults, so we wouldn't say they spoke insults. That sounds strange. And imposing order doesn't make sense. Gave insults, you don't give insults. And maintain, he couldn't be maintaining order because the order would have already been lost. Exchanged insults could be fine, but conserve order doesn't make sense. So A, hurled, restore. Alright, number 5. To conceal his true activities, the spy quickly something, a plausible excuse for his presence there. Alright, this one has to be A, fabricated. To fabricate something means to make it up, to concoct, to basically lie in this case. So to conceal or to hide his true activities, so he's trying to be deceptive. The spies are deceptive by nature, quickly fabricated a plausible excuse, an excuse that sounded realistic or logical or sensible, an excuse for his presence. So why are you here? I'm here because I need to buy ice cream. I'm just creating a plausible excuse. It could not be divulged because, let's see, the spy quickly divulged an excuse. He wouldn't be divulging an excuse. To divulge means to make something known, usually publicly, so it wouldn't really fit there. And to explain an excuse, that's a little strange. And disguise is complete madness. So 5A. Alright, items 6 to 10. Some of these sentences in this section are unacceptable because of inappropriate grammar, idiom, or vocabulary. Some sentences are acceptable as they stand. No sentence contains more than one inappropriate element. And CSEC says this, but very often you might find that this is not true. Choose the one underlined part A, B, or C that is inappropriate. If the sentence is acceptable as it stands, choose D. So I said just now that sometimes you might find multiple errors. Usually when there are multiple apparent errors, or when it seems there are multiple errors, there's a grammatical error as well as something that might appear to be an error in diction, like a strange word being used. But the key thing to remember in such a case is grammar always wins. So if you see a grammatical error, that is the error CSEC is looking for, not whatever other error you see. Alright, these questions can be tricky, so let's go to number 6. There's hardly a point to our knocking, as no one is not at home. Okay, this is a giveaway. It has to be C. I have a double negative, no one and not. No one is at home would be correct. 7. Had they not been forewarned, they might have joined the queue, not knowing that gas was not on sale at that station. Okay, there is no error here, so D, had they not been, is perfectly good. It means if they were not forewarned, had they not been forewarned, so that's fine. They might have joined, yeah, that's also fine. Not knowing is also fine here, so D. Number 8, the problem with the students is that they arrive late, gives no excuse, and are rude when spoken to. Hopefully this sentence is not describing anyone watching this video. Anyhow, this has to be B. Gives subject-verb agreement is not correct here. So the problem with students, so the trick here, CSEC wants to trick you into choosing A because you have students is, but the subject of this sentence is problem, which is singular. So the problem is, that's perfectly fine. The problem is that they arrive late, give. They should match with this verb. So this should be give. They give no excuse and are rude when spoken to. Okay, let's go to number 9. June prefers to lie in bed, not wanting to go to school nor does any work. Our answer here is C. June prefers to lie in bed. This is perfectly fine. Not wanting to go to school, that's fine. Nor does any work. So June prefers not to do any work, basically. So this should be do. She prefers to lie in bed, not wanting to go to school or do any work. All right, number 10. The biased reporter is concerned not so much with the truth of what he writes as with its credibility. Okay, there's actually no error here. The biased reporter is concerned not so much with the truth, so he's not really concerned as much with the truth as he is concerned with the credibility of what he writes. So it doesn't matter whether it's true or not, it just matters whether it's credible. And this is a perfectly good way to express that meaning. Okay, we have a new section. Each sentence in this section is followed by 4 sentences, A, B, C, and D. Choose the one nearest in meaning to the original sentence. For these questions, you really have to pay attention. Read every word, read very carefully. These questions are not difficult, but if you lose focus, if you rush, you're going to get a few of them wrong. For these ones, I'll only read the question, and you can pause the video and read the options A, B, C, D carefully before selecting your answer. So I will not be reading these until I get to providing the answer. So 11, the news shocked me so much that I almost forgot what I wanted to say. Answer B. So let's eliminate A, C, and D. First, the sentence in question, the news shocked me so much that I almost forgot what I wanted to say. One piece of advice I can give you for this section is before you even look at the options, reword, internalize, and reword the sentence in question in your own mind first. So paraphrase it by yourself and make sure that you understand what this is saying. That way you'll be able to easily select which one is closest in meaning. So let's look at A. The news was so shocking that I could not move. No one said they could not move. I nearly didn't speak again. No one said this. I was so shocked that I could hardly speak. No one said that. This person almost forgot. In other words, they could hardly remember. So B. All right, 12. If students' efforts are rewarded, they would be encouraged to work harder. This is one of the trickier ones, and this question actually appears on a number of past papers. Anyway, my answer is C. So let's eliminate the easy options and then look at why C is actually the best option. So if students' efforts are rewarded, they would be encouraged to work better. Let's try A. Students must be encouraged to work hard. No one said students must be encouraged to work hard. B. If students work harder, they will be praised. So this is in the reverse. This sentence is saying if their efforts are rewarded, they will work harder. So this is giving us the reverse. If they work harder, then something. So that's wrong. So D is quite close. If students are praised for their efforts, they usually work harder. So we have work harder here, work harder here. So these seem pretty close, but there's one critical difference. Rewarded, praised. These words have very different meanings. If you're rewarded for something, you are given something for your efforts, for your work. You're given whether money, a prize, you're given something, usually something tangible. But if you're praised, it just means someone is recognizing, acknowledging your work. Someone is telling you good job. So these words are so different that they're not giving you the same meaning. So the trick with C is work better as opposed to work harder. They're not exactly the same, but this is quite close. If students are working harder, then generally it means they're working better. You could find some nuanced differences, but these generally mean the same thing, just in general, in most cases. So students whose efforts are compensated means rewarded. Perfect match. Rewarded, compensated. And that's key. Students whose efforts are compensated generally work better. Yeah. So the problem with D is the word praised versus the word rewarded. So 12C. Hope it's clear. 13. No right-thinking person who has lived in the country will fail to understand my disgust and noise. Okay, answer C. Let's eliminate the others. So we have here, no right-thinking person who has lived in the country will fail to understand my disgust and noise. So if you have a sensible mind and you have lived here, then you will definitely understand why I am disgusted at noise. Let's see. A. Every right-thinking person will understand my disgust at noise in this country. Nope. Nothing here said noise in this country, actually. No person who has lived in the country will fail to understand my disgust at noise. So, different. B. Noise in the country is as disgusting to me as it is to all right-thinking people. Nope. Why should we assume that noise is disgusting to all right-thinking people? Also, noise in the country is not mentioned here. Noise is mentioned, not necessarily noise in the country. D. It is inconceivable that a right-thinking person in the country could fail to understand my disgust at noise. So there are two problems with this one. The first is inconceivably is much too strong here. It's quite a strong word. It says no right-thinking person will fail to understand. It is inconceivable, so it's 100% impossible. The more important difference is it is inconceivable that a right-thinking person in the country. Here it says who has lived in the country. So it's quite different. But this one has all the right elements. My disgust and noise, which is mentioned here, will be understood, which is mentioned here. Will fail to understand, will be understood by any right-thinking person who has lived in the country. Alright, so 13 is C. Let's check 14. The youth of the country need to organize themselves into cooperatives in order to support the Prime Minister's drive for self-sufficiency. Okay, 14B. This one is a mouthful, so let's eliminate A, C, and D. First, let's recheck this sentence. The youth of the country need to organize themselves, so they need to come together and form cooperatives. They need to form these groups. Why do they need to form these groups? So that they can support the Prime Minister's drive or the Prime Minister's effort for self-sufficiency. All right. So let's see. Cooperatives are the only means by which, nope, we can end it right there. No one said it's the only means. Here it only says that they need to organize themselves in order to support it. It didn't say that this is the only way this could be achieved. Also, could be achieved by the youth? Nope. No one said that the youth would achieve the plan for self-sufficiency. It is the Prime Minister's drive, not the youth's plan. Okay, let's check C. The Prime Minister did not advise anyone, so we can end it right there. D, in order to support the plan for self-sufficiency, the youth need to organize themselves and cooperate with the Prime Minister. So it didn't say this directly. It said organize themselves into cooperatives. Yeah. So B is quite good. And the last one in this section, 15. The Europeans who were not well off were the ones who came to the West Indies in search of wealth. Okay, your answer is D. Let's eliminate A, B, and C, but first let's double check this sentence. The Europeans who were not well off, so the Europeans who didn't have a lot of money, they were the ones who came to the West Indies in search of what? In search of wealth. They wanted to make money, they wanted to find a better life, and so they came to the West Indies. Okay, A. Europeans settled in the West Indies because they were told? Who told them? No one told them anything, according to this sentence. B. Unemployment at home. What? No one said anything about unemployment here. Financial difficulties at home made Europeans who came to the West Indies decide to settle there. And this is also not accurate. Nowhere in this sentence did it say that the Europeans actually decided to settle. So yeah. D. Europeans who came to the West Indies to seek their fortunes were the ones who were not wealthy. In other words, the ones who were not well off. And we know that they came in search of wealth, and here we see to seek their fortunes. So same meaning. Let's move on to the next section from question 16. Instructions. Select the option A, B, C, or D that best describes each of the sentences and mark your choice on the answer sheet. So we'll select A if the sentence is too wordy, that is, repetitive or contains redundancies. So saying the same thing too many times. We'll select B if the sentence contains cliches or misused metaphors. Cliches, overused or banal statements that we have heard too many times. Misused metaphors, that should be self-explanatory. We'll select C if the sentence is incorrect grammatically or has faulty diction. Faulty diction just means one word or more than one words are used incorrectly. The words are not used correctly in terms of their meaning. Of course, incorrect grammar just means there's at least one grammatical mistake. We'll select D if the sentence is acceptable as it stands, if the sentence is perfect. Alright, 16. He advanced a step or two to meet his attacker, who suddenly became alarmed and retreated back 4 or 5 paces. This one should be obvious. It's A. This sentence is much too wordy. It's quite repetitive. He advanced a step or two to meet his attacker, who suddenly became alarmed, and the most blatant redundancy here, retreated back. Alright, 17. This one is actually quite tricky. It has appeared on several past papers. Traffic bottlenecks must be ironed out if they are to prevent giant traffic congestion. This is actually A. We have a redundancy. Traffic here, there are a couple of subtle redundancies, but the blatant one is that traffic does not need to be repeated. You see, traffic bottlenecks must be ironed out if we are to prevent giant traffic congestion. This sentence could easily read without two traffics. We could say, for example, traffic bottlenecks must be ironed out if we are to prevent congestion. That would be fine. Now, some persons might think that B would be appropriate because of the metaphor ironed out, but this metaphor is actually used correctly. To iron something out means to solve it, to solve a problem. So traffic bottlenecks, the problem of congestion on the road due to the road being narrow at some points, or due to traffic coming to a halt or slowing down at particular points. These are what we call traffic bottlenecks, and these must be solved if you are to prevent giant traffic congestion. And traffic bottlenecks, this is the same as saying giant traffic congestion. Basically the same. So we have some repetition going on, some redundancy. Okay, 18. The politician hammered the nail of his argument into the leafy minds of his audience who had come to hear him speak on the difficult subject of monetary policy. Okay, here we have B. Hammered the nail of his argument. This is it's kind of cliche, and it's not used perfectly well either, this metaphor here. And leafy minds, I'm not even sure what the speaker is getting at, but we can definitely classify this as a misused metaphor. 19. Seldom do people declare that they are not the products of their environment. And this sentence is acceptable as it stands. No problem. Seldom do people declare means people seldom declare. Yeah, this is quite fine. Number 20. The modern approach to fitness is to adopt a holistic approach. Physical, mental, and emotional. The answer, T. Now you might be confused, wondering, why did I choose A for 17 because of a repetition of traffic, and not choose A for 20 even though approach is repeated? Not every repetition is a redundancy. A redundancy is simply an unnecessary repetition. Here, it is not necessary to repeat traffic, but based on how this sentence is structured, we need to repeat approach. So the modern approach to fitness is to adopt a holistic approach, an approach that is very comprehensive, that deals with all of the dimensions of the human being, physical, mental, emotional. So we can say it's to adopt a holistic, or to adopt. It is difficult to remove the word approach here. There are different ways to say it, but this is not really redundant. So D is fine. This sentence is okay. Alright, and now we're moving on to passages. Here we have questions 21 to 30. Read the following poem carefully and then answer items 21 through 30 on the basis of what is stated or implied. So, as I'll do going forward, I'll read the passage, and then of course you can pause the video and read it yourself. In the exam, you'll need to read it perhaps a couple of times before you start answering. An even shape. Her garden looks in through my window, crisscrossed by the white lattice. Coolers, they call them, but they are also hiding places for small girls playing. Her garden stands neatly round her house, travels politely onto the veranda, to sit in pots or hang leafily down from large earth-colored urns. She lives with Mama, shepherding her with her full body, the hesitant ins and outs of Mama's half-blind days, feeding her frail consciousness with edited Gleaner news and homemade chicken soup. In her home, borrowed children touched her china birds with hands wiped clean from eating sticky cakes, each with a cherry on top, or press moist, breathless kisses round the corners of her smile. Sometimes she fills the space out with music, spreading out nostalgia through strings and flutes, old-fashioned love songs of blue moons and forever until. Shame peeping Tom, I sit silent in my lattice, watching the even shape of her days, to catch just once a wider open door behind her steady eyes. But in her edged privacy, self-contained, she keeps the half-drawn shutters of her life open just so, and mocks my greed and restlessness with a calm refusal to be other than she seems. Interesting point. So before we move on, I want you to pay attention to this critical word, implied. So you'll be answering the questions not just based on what is explicitly stated, but also based on what the passage implies, based on what we can safely assume from the passage. This is a poem, and so there will be many implications. We'll have to do some interpretation. My English B students would already understand very well. If you're not doing English B, then perhaps you might find some of these questions to be a bit trickier than they seem. Alright, let's go. Number 21. The phrase, her garden looks, line 1, is an example of A. Simile, B. Metaphor, C. Sarcasm, D. Personification. The answer, D. Personification. Of course, her garden looks in through my window. The garden is looking in, which means it is taking lifelike, perhaps even a human-like quality or characteristic. The quality of looking, the ability to look. So it's personification. 22. The garden seemed crisscrossed in line 2 because the A. Poet was looking at it through a lattice window. B. Garden beds were laid out in squares. C. Children were walking across the garden. D. The person looking at the garden was cross-eyed. Our answer here is A. Right, let me explain this just a little bit. So the garden seemed crisscrossed because the poet was looking at it through a lattice window. If you do not know, a lattice window is a window that has that kind of grid or square pattern. This kind of pattern, perhaps, where the lines are much straighter than these. And so if you're looking at something, or if you're looking through a lattice window, what you're looking at would appear to be cut up into squares. Based on your viewpoint, it would appear as if whatever you're looking at is checkered or squared out. And we have evidence that this is actually why the garden seemed crisscrossed. Look at lines 1 and 2. Her garden looks in through my window. So we see the speaker is saying that the garden is looking in at them as opposed to them looking at the garden, which is interesting. The garden is crisscrossed, meaning it is divided into squares by my white lattice. So what is crisscrossing the garden? What is creating this crisscross appearance? We get the answer. It is the window lattice. The white lattice is the actual window here, the window lattice. So the garden seemed crisscrossed because the poet was looking at it through a lattice window. And we do not know if the garden beds were laid out in squares, and children walking across the garden wouldn't cause it to be crisscrossed, and D is just insane. 23. Which of the following phrases is meant to be taken literally? A. Hiding places for small girls. B. Her garden travels politely onto the veranda. That's 5 to 6. C. Feeding her frail consciousness. Line 14. Or D. Watching the even shape of her days. Lines 28 to 29. Okay, so of these 4 lines, one of them is not figurative, not metaphorical. It's actually the literal meaning, while the others are not literal. They are more metaphorical. So let's see which of these is literal. It's A. The garden is a hiding place for small girls. Because literal girls literally hide in the literal garden. Right? So it's not a figure of speech. It's not poetic language. It's just a literal statement. So let's look at why these are incorrect. Let's look at lines 5 to 6. Her garden stands neatly. This is not literal. This is personification. standing, looking, standing. Her garden stands neatly around her house, travels politely, more personification, so not literal. C, feeding her frail consciousness. We don't even have to visit the poem. If you're feeding someone's consciousness, then this has to be metaphorical language, because we cannot literally feed someone's consciousness. Lines 28, 29. My lattice watching the even shape of her days. So the window is watching, personification. The shape of her days, metaphor. This is the only literal statement here. Okay, 24. Her garden stands neatly round her house. Line 5 tells us what? A, there were several well-kept potted plants on stands around her house. Several tall trees stood along the side of the house. The garden which surrounded the house was well kept. Or, the woman cleaned the flower stands every day. And this has to be C. I think that one's easy. Her garden stands neatly. This is the key word around her house. Yeah, her garden is well kept. Okay, on to 25. We have the passage here on the left, the questions on the right. The poet uses the words frail consciousness in line 14 to show that Mama A was unconscious most of the time, B was not understanding as well as she used to, C had fainted because of lack of food, D was thin and weak and could hardly walk. Our answer is B. One's consciousness is their ability to think, to be aware of what's going on. And frail means weak, not as sturdy, not as strong, not as reliable. So if your consciousness is frail, it means you're not really understanding. Your mind is going. Your mind is going. It does not speak to unconsciousness. And there is nothing to say that she fainted because of lack of food or that she could hardly walk. 26. Which of the following best describes the woman's extra thoughtfulness of her mother? A. She lives with Mama, shepherding her with her full body. B. Press moist, breathless kisses. C. Feeding her frail consciousness with edited Gleaner news. D. Spreading out nostalgia through strings and flutes. And this is a tough one that has been contested, disputed. It's quite a controversial question, but I'm quite confident that the answer must be C. Feeding her frail consciousness with edited Gleaner news. Let me explain. So which of the following best describes? First of all, best means there are multiple possible answers. We just need to find the answer that is the best fit. Which of the following best describes the woman's extra thoughtfulness of her mother? Extra is a key word here. So we're not just looking at which one describes the thoughtfulness. It's not just about which one of these tell us that the woman cares about her mother, but which one shows her going an extra mile, perhaps doing something that she doesn't have to do. All right, let's look at A. A is one of the answers that some persons like to choose. A says, lines 10 and 11, she lives with Mama, shepherding her with her full body. Now, this shows thoughtfulness, but this, I wouldn't say this is extra thoughtfulness. This is regular thoughtfulness, shepherding someone, taking care of them. So it says that the persona really takes care of her mother with her full body. So perhaps this means, with her entire soul or heart, or with all that she has. So that is thoughtfulness. But where do we see this bit of extra thoughtfulness, going the extra mile? B is out, and D is out. So it has to be feeding her with edited Gleaner news. Why does it have to be C? Because taking care of her mother, doing the bare minimum is fine, but she's going out of her way to read the newspaper to her, or to tell her what's going on in the Gleaner. So this is her doing more than the minimum, and so we can see some extra thoughtfulness here. This is something that as a daughter she doesn't have to do. So this is where we get the extra thoughtfulness. Okay, 27. The poet uses the phrase borrowed children in line 17 to show that A, how much she loved the children, B, that she had no children of her own, C, that she did not want children, D, why she made the children wash their dirty hands. And this one should be obvious. It's B. She had no children of her own. So in her home, this old woman's home, the children were borrowed, meaning they're not her own biological children. Perhaps she adopted them, or perhaps they were just kids who often came by her house. So borrowed children. She loved the children, but borrowed children does not support any love. She did not want children. This does not make any sense. Why would she borrow something that she doesn't want? And this just has nothing at all to do with the question. So 27 has to be B, no contest. Moving on, number 28. Which of the following were done by the children to show their love for the woman? This one's a little tricky, but the answer is C. You might be thinking that the answer is D, but let's take a look. So we know that eating all of the cakes that the woman made, that showed their love for the woman, and of course kissing her on the side of her lips also showed love. But what about wiping their hands before touching the china bird? Let's see, where does that appear? In her home, borrowed children touched her china birds with hands wiped clean from eating sticky cakes. So they're not necessarily wiping their hands to touch the china bird. Their hands are wiped clean from eating the sticky cakes. So the point here is they were eating the sticky cakes. And even if they wiped their hands to touch the china bird, that wouldn't necessarily show love for the woman. It would perhaps just show some kind of home training or politeness. But these two show affection, show love. One, not so much. So C, 2 and 3 only. Okay, number 29. Lines 23 to 26 suggest that the woman Alright, this is actually C. Has to be C. Enjoyed listening to happy music which tells of love. Did the woman love to play loud music? Let's see if these lines suggest that. Filling out the space with music. So nothing about loud music here, so it couldn't be A. She was a musician in the orchestra. We do not know this. We see here that perhaps the trick here is they mention some instruments, but these are just instruments related to whatever genre she's listening to. Instruments within the music. It doesn't mean that she was a musician at all. No evidence for that. Spread all the... This is just crazy. Of course, spreading out nostalgia. She's spreading out her feeling of nostalgia, her longing for the past, her recollection, her memories. She's not spreading out instruments. And filling out the space doesn't mean she's spreading instruments. She's just filling the space with music. It means music is now permeating the atmosphere. So C is the only possible answer here. 30. The word nostalgia, line 24, tells us that the music. Okay, this is very obvious. D. Nostalgia, this is basically the definition of nostalgia. That feeling of reminiscing on pleasant memories. So that's what nostalgia is. That's what the word tells us. Nostalgia doesn't mean anything would last forever. It has nothing to do with the instruments or that the moon was blue. So this is the only remotely possible answer. So we're on to items 31 through 38. Read the following passage carefully and then answer items 31 through 38 on the basis of what is stated or implied. Okay, as before, I'll read the passage and then you'll be able to pause the video and read it for yourself if needs be. Kino and Juana came to the place where the brush houses stopped and the city of stone and plaster began. The city of harsh outer walls and inner cool gardens where a little water played and the bougainvillea crusted the walls with purple and brick red and white. They heard from the secret gardens the singing of caged birds and heard the splash of cooling water on hot flagstones. The procession crossed the blinding plaza and passed in front of the church. It had grown now, and in the outskirts, the hurrying newcomers were being softly informed how the baby had been stung by a scorpion, how the father and mother were taking it to the doctor. And the newcomers, particularly the beggars from the front of the church, who were great experts in financial analysis, looked quickly at Juana's old blue skirt, saw the tears in her shawl, appraised the green ribbon on her braids, read the age of Kino's blanket and the 1,000 washings of his clothes, and set them down as poverty people, and went along to see what kind of drama might develop. The four beggars in front of the church knew everything in the town. They were students of the expressions of young women as they went into the confession, and they saw them as they came out and read the nature of the sin. They knew every little scandal and some very big crimes. They slept at their posts in the shadow of the church, so that no one crept in for consolation without their knowledge. And they knew the doctor. They knew his ignorance, his cruelty, his avarice, his appetites, his sins. They knew his clumsy abortions and the little brown pennies he gave sparingly for alms. They had seen his corpses go into the church, and since early mass was over and business was slow, they followed the procession, these endless searchers after perfect knowledge of their fellow men, to see what the fat, lazy doctor would do about an indigent baby with a scorpion bite. The scurrying procession came at last to the big gate in the wall of the doctor's house. They could hear the splashing of the water and the singing of caged birds and the sweep of the long brooms on the flagstones, and they could smell the frying of good bacon from the doctor's house. Kino hesitated a moment. This doctor was not of his people. This doctor was of a race which for nearly 400 years had beaten and starved and robbed and despised Kino's race, and frightened it too, so that the indigent came humbly to the door. And as always, when he came near to one of this race, Kino felt weak and afraid and angry at the same time. Rage and terror went together. He could kill the doctor more easily than he could talk to him, for all of the doctor's race spoke to all of Kino's race as though they were simple animals. And as Kino raised his right hand to the iron ring knocker in the gate, rage swelled in him, and the pounding music of the enemy beat in his ears, and his lips drew tight against his teeth, but with his left hand he reached to take off his hat. The iron ring pounded against the gate. Kino took off his hat and stood waiting. Coyotito moaned a little in Juana's arms, and she spoke softly to him. The procession crowded close the better to see and hear. (31) The writer uses secret in line 4 to describe the gardens because... Answer A. They were hidden from view. So they heard from the secret gardens the singing of caged birds, Secret gardens because the two personae here couldn't see past the gates, past the walls, and so they were secret gardens in that sense. We don't know about any treasures. We haven't heard any whisperings, and many people must have known about these gardens because I guess the rich people lived here. The doctor lived here. 32. The word procession in line 5 indicates that the crowd was. Alright, so procession here means moving in a long, orderly group. Let's take a look at the passage. They heard from the secret gardens the singing of caged birds. The procession, the crowd, the people, crossed the blinding plaza and passed in front of the church. So these people are moving in a line. They're perhaps moving together, orderly, slowly. Yeah, and so they're called a procession. It's not a literal procession in the sense that they're going to a funeral or it's an official thing, but it's a procession because they're moving in an orderly fashion. That's it. And there are many persons moving. Going to a funeral? No, we don't know about that. Walking together like a mob? Not like a mob. A mob is basically the opposite. This would indicate disorder and chaos. Moving about aimlessly. They're not aimless because they're all heading toward a particular place in a particular direction. 33. Which of the following statements is not true about the beggars? And the answer is C. They had a good relationship with the doctor. Nowhere in the passage did it state that the beggars had a good relationship with the doctor. So where do we see A, B, and D? They were inquisitive about people. We see evidence of that in this paragraph. Particularly the beggars, they were experts in financial analysis, means they knew who was poor, who was rich. They were always looking, checking to see who had money, and they looked quickly at Juana's old blue skirt, so they're quite inquisitive, looking, checking all the details of Juana and Kino. So yeah, they were inquisitive about people. This entire paragraph shows that. They knew about human nature. It says here they were students of the expressions of young women, so they knew about how the young women talked, and they knew who was committing what sin because they were posted out at the church. They knew the nature of the doctor. They knew about his ignorance, his cruelty, and all of these things. They knew everything that went on around them. That's basically what we're seeing here. These beggars are omniscient, but they did not have a good relationship with the doctor. Alright, 34. In the passage, the expression great experts in financial analysis, lines 8 to 9, means that the beggars, A, could immediately determine the rich from the poor, B, could analyze the financial state of the country, C, were able to add their arms quickly, D, had many years of experience in begging. So when you get a line, look at the line and look at the lines around it to see the answer. Let's see here. It's lines 8 to 9. And the newcomers, particularly the beggars from the front of the church, who were great experts in financial analysis, and this is explained, looked quickly at Juana's old blue skirt, saw the tears, appraised. This is a word here that's used in business, means to determine the exact value of something. Appraised the green ribbon on her braids. So they could look at this girl and immediately recognize basically that she was poor, and also that Kino was poor. So great experts in financial analysis, it could only mean that they could immediately determine the rich from the poor. They could take one look at you and know that you are rich or know that you are poor. Country here is madness. They're not analyzing the financial state of any country. And this has nothing to do with what happens in paragraph 2. And this has nothing at all to do with it. 35. The description in paragraph 2, this entire paragraph here, conveys to the reader the impression of it has to be harshness and poverty. We see a lot of poverty here. First of all, we're talking about beggars. Beggars are poor, naturally, and the beggars are assessing that these two persons are poor. And we see the harshness when we get around to the doctor: ignorant, cruelty, avarice, his sins. So the doctor is pretty harsh, and basically this just seems like a harsh reality, a harsh place to live. So yeah, we have harshness and poverty. Fear and hatred, we could say no fear here necessarily. They do not fear the doctor. Hatred, perhaps you could say that there's some hatred toward the doctor, but that isn't a main feeling carried across in this stanza. Happiness and love is totally out. Comfort and prosperity, totally out. So it's C. Alright, 36. According to the passage, Kino hesitated a moment in line 26 because he A. had to calm his anger and hatred, B. was afraid to approach the doctor, C. wondered whether he had enough money, D. wanted to kill the doctor with his bare hands. Alright, so let's look at line 26. So we see here that Kino and Juana are bringing a scorpion bit baby to the doctor. They have to visit the doctor because they want to save this baby's life. However, we know throughout the extract that Kino hates the doctor and his people because I suppose they discriminate against people like Kino. So they finally reach the doctor's house and Kino hesitates. Why does he hesitate? And if we read this entire paragraph, it becomes clear to us that Kino had to calm down. He had to take a minute, take a breath, calm his anger and hatred because he didn't want to enter the doctor's house screaming, shouting, fighting, because obviously the doctor would not help him. The doctor wouldn't have helped him. So A is the answer. B was afraid. He was not afraid. What he was angry. He was angry. He needed to calm down. He was not thinking about money here. And D, we are not sure that he wanted to kill the doctor with his bare hands. We see here he could kill the doctor more easily than he could talk to him. It didn't say that he wanted to kill the doctor, and certainly not specifically with his bare hands. A is what we are sure of. Okay, let's move to 37. In the passage, the sentence, "This doctor was not of his people," in line 26, suggests that the doctor, A, did not respect Kino's people, B, did not understand Kino's people, C, was not born in the city as Kino was, D, came from a different background from Kino's. Okay, this one should be quite obvious. It's D, came from a different background from Kino's. This doctor was not of his people. If someone is not of your people, they're not of your race, not of your culture, not of your country, they're not of your background. And it's actually explained right after this statement here. The doctor was not of his people. This doctor was of a race which for nearly 400 years had beaten and starved and robbed and despised Kino's race. So obviously we have racial oppression, racial tension, two different races. the doctor's race, and the Kino's race. So it has to be D. Okay, 38. Which of the following is not illustrated in the passage? A. The kindness of the beggars. B. The curiosity of the city people. C. The suffering of Juana and Kino. D. The contrast between the rich and the poor. It has to be A. Nowhere did we see that the beggars are kind. We see that they're inquisitive and they have a kind of wisdom, a kind of street smartness, but at no point do we see any kindness from them. The people are curious because they're forming a whole procession just to see what's happening. We see that Juana and Kino are suffering throughout the entire extract, and the whole extract provides a contrast. We see the difference between rich and poor people. Alright, and that is the end of this passage. So now we come to another passage for questions 39 to 46, and again we'll be looking at what is stated or implied. So again, I'll read the passage and then you can read it for yourself before we get into the questions. More than a quarter century ago, we were forced to wrestle with the thorny issue of casinos and the supposed ills and benefits which flow from them. In the end, a sensible solution emerged. Allow some to remain while controlling their growth. Interestingly, we may argue about casinos, but we have given the green light to arcades where people gamble, day and night. Some Caribbean governments have seemingly opened the door to yet another round of possible emotional debate, with the decision to allow cruise ships lying at anchor to operate their casinos in their waters. Is this move a prelude to opening casinos on land? Supporters of casino gambling have always said that casinos can and do function in a country without the moral decay that is routinely associated with them. Like most things, the pros and cons about casino gambling are grossly exaggerated. Those who favor them argue that casinos on land should be seen as another attraction that can be added to the country's tourism industry, if prudent controls are imposed. For example, the Bahamas, Antigua, Suriname, and St. Martin are a few places where casino gambling is allowed, and tourism authorities in those places have said that casino gambling has proven to be a stimulus to their tourism sector without the moral decay that is routinely associated with them. Opponents, on the other hand, insist that casinos lead to gambling addiction, crime, and worse, a debasement of society. With everything else that is happening in our islands, an upsurge of gangs, drugs, and violent behavior among our youth, that is the last thing we may need right now. However, the case of the cruise ships keeping casinos open while docked on shore may cause little, if any, harm to the country and its people, since few locals will have access to them. Let's face it, Caribbean people gamble at bingo to raise money for churches. They flock to the tracks to watch horses run and bet millions annually on the outcome of the races. Many play lotto daily, and the English football pools weekly. So if, as some are saying, this move of allowing gambling on cruise ships in port may be the first step to casinos on land, then we will not be totally surprised. So, let the debate begin. The passage on the left, the questions on the right. 39. Casinos and their effect on society became an issue for the first time about A. 10 years ago, B. less than 5 years ago, C. over 25 years ago, D. 100 years ago. Alright, the answer is C, and we can find that in the first line. More than a quarter century ago, we were forced to wrestle with the thorny issue of casinos and the supposed ills, blah blah blah. So, more than quarter century ago, a quarter of a century is 25, over 25 years ago. Number 40. How was the issue of casinos dealt with at the time mentioned? Alright, and this one is quite easy. D. In the end, a sensible solution emerged. Allow some casinos to remain while controlling their growth. Here, some casinos remained while their growth was monitored. Same thing. Okay, we go to 41. Interestingly, in line 3, could best be replaced by the word A, logically, B, ironically, C, thankfully, D, conveniently. And here it's all about context. Let's look at the context in which this word is used. So we have to look at what happens before, what happens after. So in the first sentence, we see that we've been dealing with the issue of casinos and the pros and cons of casinos. In the end, we had a solution, which is to allow some casinos to remain while controlling their growth. Then we have the word in question. Interestingly, we may argue about casinos. So while we're arguing about casinos, but we have given the green light to arcades where people gamble day and night. So the speaker's tone is that how silly of us to be arguing about casinos, whether or not we should allow casinos to operate, when we are allowing arcades to operate where people gamble day in, day out. So this is ironic, isn't it? Ironically. 41b. It's ironic that we're arguing about casinos when we already allow gambling to happen in arcades. 42. Giving the green light to arcades in line 4 means that alright, so this is very simple. So ironically, as you said, we may argue about casinos, but we have given the green light to arcades. We have allowed arcades to operate. So to give the green light means to allow, to give permission. So 42 has to be A. Arcades have been given permission to operate. Yeah. Wow, CSEC has a sense of humor. Green lights. Okay, 43. The Bahamas, Antigua, Suriname, and Saint Martin are mentioned too. Let's start from the beginning of the paragraph. Those who favor them argue that casinos on land should be seen as another attraction that can be added to the country's tourism industry if prudent controls are imposed. So it's important to read it's important to read what comes before the statement you're looking at so you can get the context. So we're talking about how casinos can basically add to the tourism industry if they are properly controlled. For example, so this is an example to support this point. These countries are a few places where casino gambling is allowed, and tourism authorities in those places have said that casino gambling has proven to be a stimulus to their tourism sector. So this should be quite clearly C. These are some of the countries in which casinos are positively impacting tourism. So they are used as examples for this to prove that gambling is a stimulus to tourism. These are out. A is a bit close, but the intent of listing these countries is to prove that gambling is a stimulus to tourism. 44. An expression the writer uses to introduce an opposing view in line 16 is A, in addition, B, for example, C, like most things, D, on the other hand. Okay, we actually do not need to look at the passage to answer this one, because none of these, A nor B nor C, can be used to introduce an opposing view. It has to be D, on the other hand. And let's see how it is used. So we talk about proponents of casinos, persons who support casinos, opponents on the other hand, and now we get into the persons who are saying, let's ban casinos. Casinos are bad. Opposing viewpoint. 45. Which argument below is not used in support of casino gambling? This is another very obvious one, because it degrades the values of society is not a positive thing. These are all supporting casino gambling. They're beneficial if controlled wisely. They can be used as another tourist attraction, and we see that Caribbean people love to gamble, basically. But degrading the values of society, this is not used to support casino gambling. It's used against casino gambling. To what does, let's see, lines 18 to 19, that is the last thing we may need right now, refer? What does that phrase refer to? Okay, it has to be B, an upsurge of gangs, drugs, and violent behavior among our youth. Okay, and here we actually have a strange, we have a strange sentence starting from here, but we can use the process of elimination to eliminate the answers that are incorrect. So these lines have nothing at all to do with what's happening here. So A and B, maybe. And line 19 actually has nothing to do with, that is the last thing we may need right now. So what is the last thing we may need right now? Everything else that is happening on our islands, or an upsurge of gangs, drugs, and violent behavior among our youth? Let's see. Opponents, on the other hand, insist that casinos lead to gambling addiction, crime, and worse, a debasement of society. With everything else that is happening in our islands, an upsurge of gangs, drugs, and violent behavior among our youth, that is the last thing we may need right now. So this is the last thing that we may need right now. These problems. So B. I hope that's clear. It's a tricky one, but I hope that's clear. For items 47 to 54, we're going to do what we have been doing all along. Read and then answer these questions based on what is stated or implied. As usual, I'll read and then you can pause the video and read for yourself. Music too loud, I can't study. The editor. I just can't take it anymore. I just can't take the noise forced on me by a restaurant and bar located across the street. The noise is unbearable and I cannot concentrate on my studies. I am writing the CSEC exams in May-June this year and I must pass all my subjects. I am attending a reputable girls' school and I want to make good grades to get into the CAPE class. I work hard and every report so far indicates that I am an above average student. I want to make my mother proud. She's a hard-working woman, especially since my father passed away 2 years ago. We have been struggling to make ends meet without complaint, but I must complain now because the restaurant and bar is intent on frustrating my ambitions and the sacrifices my mother is making. I appreciate the help of the government in providing opportunities for education, but this is going to be futile unless it is possible to take full advantage of them. Can you imagine having to struggle with a math problem with thunderous noise bombarding your eardrums and everything in the house jumping up and down as if the place is haunted? Can you imagine speaking to a classmate about homework and you can't hear each other? Can you imagine stuffing cotton in your ears in order to get some sleep? Can you imagine trying to explain to your teacher that you didn't do your homework or that you sleep in class because of the noise coming from the restaurant and bar? The noise coming from this place is a serious obstacle that I am unable to overcome, and I am seeking help in dealing with it. Can you imagine my mother and her 16-year-old daughter going to this place in the midst of riotous drinking to ask them to turn down the music because I want to study, or just to get some sleep? I understand that residents have been calling the police, but the response has been ineffective. At the moment of writing this letter, Sunday, 19 at 9:30 a.m., they are blasting away after going late into last night. Under the guise of Carnival, they will continue their merciless onslaught. From Carnival Friday night right up until Ash Wednesday morning, they will continue non-stop. There will be total madness. Okay, 47. I just can't take it anymore. Line 1 implies that the writer is... Answer, hurting. We're not sure whether the writer is crying, and I just can't take it anymore doesn't sound like she's necessarily arguing or shouting, but we know that she's hurting. If someone can't take something anymore, they're hurting. They're hurting and they want the pain to stop. They want their problem to go away. 48. The effect that is created by the repetition of I in the first paragraph can be best described as highlighting the writer's okay, it's D, frustration. And we can basically eliminate view and voice here. These are not relevant. And protest, is the writer protesting? Is I highlighting the protest? Not really. But we can hear her frustration. I just can't take it anymore. I just can't take the noise. I am writing. I am this. This is my problem. I have to bear all of this problem, all of this hurt, this unfair treatment. 49. Which of the following language devices does the writer use most in paragraph 2 to explain her plight? It has to be D. We see several rhetorical questions. If we look down here, we can catch the question marks. Rhetorical question. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Can you imagine? So all of these rhetorical questions are used to explain her plight or her problem. Okay, 50. Which of the following words best conveys the emotion that the writer is seeking to arouse in the reader? Alright, and this is an obvious one. Has to be empathy. Love and horror are out of the question. B might be a contender, but if you're keen enough, you'll see that the writer wants us to empathize. The writer wants us to put ourselves in her shoes and try to imagine what she's going through. So empathy is the answer. We see this especially with the use of I. She especially uses the rhetorical questions to get us to try to imagine being in her situation. So empathy. 51. The sentence, I work hard and every report so far indicates that I am an above average student in line 5, suggests that the writer okay, this one is C, wants to sustain this performance. We see that she works hard. She's above average, so she's a good student doing pretty well. And of course, if she continues to suffer from this noise, her performance will drop. But she wants to maintain the good work that she's currently doing. Of course, she is pleading, but more specifically, she wants to maintain or sustain this performance. A and D are out of the question. 52. Jumping up and down as if the place is haunted is an example of which of the following devices? Okay, this one is a little tricky. We can immediately disregard irony and paradox, but is it hyperbole or personification? Let's jump into line 12. Can you imagine having to struggle with a math problem with thunderous noise bombarding your eardrums and everything in the house jumping up and down as if the place is haunted? So you could say that there is some kind of personification going on, but the overarching device, the overall device used here is hyperbole. The speaker is grossly exaggerating what the noise is doing. We see here thunderous noise bombarding your eardrums, and this noise is making everything in the house jump up and down as if the place is haunted. So she's exaggerating the effect of the noise. We know that the noise might not be so bad that things are jumping, and we know that it's not necessarily a thunderous noise, literally. And yeah, so this is hyperbole. You can comment below if you think it's personification and we can talk about it. But hyperbole, that's it. 53. What effect does the writer achieve when she says, "Can you imagine my mother and her 16-year-old daughter going to this place in the midst of riotous drinking?" Lines 19, 20. Answer is actually C. Admiration from the reader for the woman's courage. So remember now, there's a restaurant and bar across the street. There's loud music, riotous drinking. And in order for this young lady to be able to study, in order for her to, pursue her ambitions, getting into her CAPE class and so on, she has to make this brave move of going into this place that she doesn't really belong. She doesn't belong in a bar with riotous drinking, but she has to enter this space in order to try to get her problem solved. So definitely we should be admiring their courage in doing so. It could not be criticism, because we're not supposed to be criticizing these women for trying to get the music to be turned down. In fact, if you would criticize them for doing this, maybe you're part of the problem. Surprised that the women should hesitate to go there? This makes absolutely no sense. Why would they not hesitate? They're going to a bar where there's riotous drinking, where there are people who might punch them in their faces for trying to get the music turned down. So of course they should hesitate. That makes sense. So surprise for the hesitation doesn't make sense. Scorn for the woman's behaving going to a bar. This is similar to A. This is definitely not the writer's intent. 54. The last line of the passage expresses the view that clearly the noisy atmosphere will become worse. So under the guise of carnival, they will continue their merciless onslaught. From carnival night right up until Ash Wednesday morning, they will continue non-stop. There will be total madness. So it's not getting better. If they are left unchecked, things will only get worse. That's it. All the other options are madness. Carnival will be more festive. This doesn't make sense, especially from the viewpoint of the writer. This is not festive to her. This is just annoying. The writer will become hysterical. That's a bit extreme. We do not see that. There will be total madness. It doesn't mean the writer will become mad. It just means the situation will blow out of control. And yeah, this isn't stated. So B. Okay, we can move on to the final section on this paper. Read. Answer the questions based on what is stated or implied. As usual, I'll read and then you can read on your own time. You can earn Caribbean airline miles every flight. Plus, when you fly, drive or shop, you will earn miles even faster. Our membership. Members who fly 20,000 miles on Caribbean Airlines within a calendar year are eligible for a silver membership. Flying 40,000 miles qualifies members for a gold membership, while flying 80,000 miles qualifies for an executive gold membership. Silver tier membership. Unique members' credentials, a 3,000 miles bonus upon attainment of silver tier status, preferential checking and priority boarding on all Caribbean Airlines flights, waiver of date change penalty and redeposit fee on reward tickets. Gold tier membership. Unique members' credentials, a 5,000 miles bonus upon attainment of gold tier status, preferential checking and priority boarding on all Caribbean Airlines flights, waiver of date change penalty and redeposit fee on reward tickets, expedited award delivery at no cost. And here we can see the destinations, the awards, and the miles needed, and some details at the bottom. So I suggest you pause the video here and take a good look at everything yourself. Alright, 55. What does this airline promise if a person joins the miles program? Clearly, rewards for every flight. Join our Caribbean Miles program. You can earn Caribbean airline miles every flight. Pretty straightforward stuff. It does not promise any of these. Check the ad. You will see that none of these is promised. 56. How many bonus miles does a silver tier member receive? Very easy question. 3,000. You see it here. 57. To which of the following destinations can a person fly using 25,500 airline miles? These questions are so easy. D. North America. If you have 25,500 miles, you can travel between the Caribbean / South America and North America. North America. 58. According to the ad, what should a prospective member do if more detailed information is needed about the benefits of the program? Okay, and it's B. Visit the airline's webpage. Visit us at Caribbean-airlines.com or call us. Email, Here we have no options for email or call, so it has to be visit the airline's webpage. 59. Which technique does the advertisement use to appeal to the travelers to join the miles program? Okay, it's facts. There's not much persuasive language, no personal experience, and not many opinions, or maybe no opinions here. Facts. We see you will earn miles. We see how many miles you can get for whatever membership. We see all of these numbers. We see where you can visit for how many miles. We see the different perks of the memberships. These are all facts. Facts all the way. 60. The main purpose of the advertisement is to encourage persons to. And this one has tricked many. The answer is D. Become members of the Miles program. Remember, this is an ad. Join our Caribbean Miles program. All of this is encouraging you to become a member. You see what you can get by becoming a member, where you can go, and these are out of it. But some persons might think it's fly more often. They want you to fly, but they want you to fly being a member of their program. So it's not just about flying, it's about becoming a member. And that is it for the 2016 May paper. Alright, you've made it through your first paper. Good job. Pause here to check your score and revisit your wrong answers. If your score was high, great job. If you got less than you expected, don't worry about it. You will be improving rapidly. The papers will feel easier and will probably go by faster as we progress. Anyway, pause here and take a short break. Come back ready to take on the next paper. We still have 240 questions left. We have jumped down to the May-June 2017 paper. Items 1 through 5, instructions. Each sentence in this section has one underlined word or phrase. Choose from the 4 suggested answers the word or phrase which is closest to opposite in meaning to the underlined word or phrase. So we're looking for opposites here. Number 1, we found her appreciative of the help that we had given her on this matter. This one's clearly C. The opposite of being appreciative is being ungrateful for. If you appreciate something, then you're grateful. So the opposite is being ungrateful for. Number 2, while the employers approved of his work habits, they objected to his radical views. So radical means extreme, wild, crazy. So the opposite of that has to be conservative. In other words, old-fashioned or modest. Number 3, at the sound of the bell, the lower forms went reluctantly back to their classrooms. Of course, if you're reluctant, then you don't really want to do something, you're unwilling, you're kind of moving slow. So the opposite of this is willingly. If you're willing, you're not reluctant. Number 4, the guest speaker's address was devoid of humor, and this made persons uneasy. To be devoid of something means it lacks something entirely. So the opposite of lacking is being full of something. Full of. So A. Number 5. As a result of the available evidence, the accused was apprehended and no further action was taken. Alright, so if you're apprehended, you're taken in, you're arrested. The opposite of that is being released. Okay, items 6 through 10. Each sentence has either 1 or 2 words missing. Choose from the 4 options the word or pair of words that best completes the meaning of the sentence. Number 6. Despite his being somewhat short-tempered, his willingness to give of his wealth to help others to succeed led people to call him . And you might remember from the 2016 paper, this has to be benevolent. Yeah, benevolent means generous. And if he's willing to give people money, then he must be benevolent. 7. When parents display a something for one child, the others are likely to feel . And this is another repeat question from the previous year. We know it's preference and jealous. When parents display a preference for one child, if you prefer one child, if you have a favorite, the others are likely to feel jealous. Number 8, an attack on someone. Oh, this is another repeat question, 3 in a row. An attack on someone when that person is most vulnerable. Maybe, but is always. And we know it's maybe effective, but is always unkind. Wow, another repeat question in the same order, 4 in a row. This is why it's important. Well, this is one of the reasons why it's so important to drill your past papers. You're very likely to see familiar questions on the exam. While the committee members something insults across the floor, the chairman tried in vain to something order. And I'm sure you remember the answer is A. Hurl comments, restore order. Number 10. Are you trying to dash that all along he knew of the plot to oust the committee? To oust means to expel or remove, but we don't even need to know what this means because the answer is clearly insinuate. This is the only possible answer. Are you trying to insinuate or are you trying to imply? Are you trying to say without saying? Basically. Items 11 to 15. Each sentence in this section is followed by 4 sentences, A, B, C, and D. Choose the sentence nearest in meaning to the original sentence. Mary still wanted to marry John even though he had lost all his money. Our answer is B. The loss of all John's money did not affect Mary's wish to marry him. This is basically saying the same thing as this. Let's eliminate the others. A. Mary agreed to marry John, although he had lost all his money. It never said that Mary agreed to marry him. It said that Mary still wanted to marry him. C. John's money did not matter to Mary. It didn't say that John's money did not matter. She just wanted to marry him regardless of the money. And Mary intended to marry John even if he were to lose his money. Nope, not if he were to lose his money, even though he had lost all his money. 12, and this is another repeat question. No right-thinking person who has lived in the country will fail to understand my disgust at noise. Our answer is C. My disgust at noise will be understood by any right-thinking person who has lived in the country. 13, another repeat question. The young of the country need to organize themselves into cooperatives in order to support the Prime Minister's drive for self-sufficiency. C. The youth should show their support for the Prime Minister's plan for self-sufficiency by organizing themselves into cooperatives. And I won't be doing much explanation for the ones that I would have explained previously. 14. Realizing that her suitcase was left on the bus, the woman desperately tried to attract the conductor's attention. Your answer B. The woman became aware of the fact that she no longer had her suitcase and did her best to catch the attention of the bus conductor. Same meaning, essentially. So let's eliminate the others. When the desperate woman realized that she was leaving the bus without her suitcase, we can pause there. She didn't realize that she was leaving her bus without the suitcase. In this sentence, she had already left the bus. So that's out. The woman made all attempts to attract the conductor's attention to the suitcase which she had left on the bus. Nope, not to the suitcase. The conductor's attention was attracted. Nope, she tried, but we don't see where it was attracted. 15. And this is another one that I will not be explaining because we did it last time. The Europeans who were not well off were those who came to the West Indies in search of wealth. Answer D. 16 through 20. Some of the following sentences are unacceptable because of inappropriate grammar, idiom, or vocabulary. Some sentences are acceptable as they stand. No sentence contains more than one inappropriate element. That's a lie, CSEC. Select the one underlined part that you feel is inappropriate and choose the corresponding letter, A, B, C. If the sentence is acceptable as it stands, choose D. We should be used to this by now. Number 16. We could reach the survivors neither by boat or by plane, and so we abandoned our search as futile. Okay, B. Or should be nor, neither, nor, either or, neither nor, either or, neither nor. 17. I formed the brilliant idea of climbing the fence and to hang from the top of the rail until the bull went away. Okay, this was difficult to read. That's how bad this error is. I formed the brilliant idea of climbing the post and hanging from the top of the rail. Tense change in the middle of the sentence. 18. She was not feeling well at the beginning of the journey, and sitting at the front of the car made her feel worse. No error. You might be looking at C, but worse is correct here. Made her feel worse. Worst would have been incorrect. Worse is okay. So no error here. 19. My ambition is to have a good job and to further my studies at one of the more prestigious universities. This is a little tricky because one of the more might seem odd, but there's actually no error here. One of the more prestigious, you might be saying, but it should be one of the most because there are more than just two. But you can say one of the more if it is that you want to be a bit modest in how you're speaking, or if you're not necessarily aiming specifically for one of the top universities, but just a university that is decently prestigious. So maybe not top 5, but maybe top 20. One of the more prestigious universities. So D, no error. 20. The better of the two athletes claimed never to have used the dangerous drugs found in his possession. CSEC loves these subject-verb agreement problems. Claim. The better of the two athletes claims. The better of the two, this is a singular subject because it's only one athlete that's being referred to. The better of the two is one athlete. One athlete claims never to have used. So we're on to a bad day. By the way, guys, I hope you're not having a bad day. So let's read and answer items 21 through 30. So many questions on this short passage. And remember, we're looking at not just what is stated, but also what is implied. A bad day. I cannot smile today, nor be pleasant today. I do not like people today, and particularly hate children today. Today I am sad. Today I am mad. At everybody and everything. I hurt today. I can't love today, nor see beauty today. I wish the wind away. No, I can't be happy today. I looked down the future today, and began to die today. As usual, we have the passage on the left, the questions on the right. Number 21. Which of the following is not true of the poet today? Answer B. She cannot be sad today. This is not true because she's obviously sad. She's sad here and she's sad in this entire extract. We can also eliminate the rest. She cannot smile. Is that true? That's true in the first line. She does not love children. We see that she hates children. She cannot see beauty. I can't love nor see beauty. So this is the only one that is not true. 22. Which of the following words best describes the poet's mood? Okay, so how is the poet feeling? Jovial is out. Could be anxious, reflective, not so much kinda, but this wouldn't be the main mood. The poet is actually feeling melancholic. Melancholy is that deep, reflective sadness. You're just sad about everything, depressed about everything, and obviously this speaker is extremely sad, very depressed. Not just anxious, but melancholic. This is more extreme than anxious. 23. The word particularly in line 4 is nearest in meaning to. Very easy, especially. Yeah. No explanation needed, I believe. 24. Which of the following is an example of alliteration? Of course, alliteration is the repetition of the beginning consonant sound across words in close proximity. We see no repetition here of note, nothing here. Wish the wind away. See. Let's move down to 25. The poet repeats the word today for emphasis. The poet is emphasizing that she feels sad, she feels depressed now, today. This is a current feeling. It's not something she felt in the past. It's not something she anticipates feeling in the future. It's something that she is grappling with at this moment. She's emphasizing by repeating. Usually, repetition leads to emphasis. Usually, the speakers might repeat something to emphasize. 26. The words "nor see beauty" in line 10 mean that the poet cannot it's a giveaway, appreciate anything. The poet cannot see beauty. They cannot appreciate anything around them. They cannot recognize the value of anything. 27. I looked down the future today. Line 14 is an example of okay, it's a metaphor because the speaker isn't literally looking down the future. You can't actually see the future by looking at it in a literal sense. So it's metaphorical language. And you can actually eliminate these, no as or like. Definitely not onomatopoeia, and the future isn't the one looking. So it has to be B. 28. The poet began to die in line 15, probably because obviously future events did not look promising. Nothing about the weather here or her anger. Too many people, what is this even talking about? So yeah, future events did not look promising. We see that the future looks dull. And we can see that she looked down the future. So while looking into the future, imagining, thinking about the future, she could not see any hope. 29. The mood of the poem can best be described as depressing. It's the only real answer here. It's a very depressing poem. It cannot be peaceful or sarcastic. Apprehensive is it's not close, but it's a second place answer. It's depressing. 30. The poet's intention is to express her state of being. Throughout the entire poem, the poet is just telling us how she feels, what she's experiencing. She's not showing us her dislike of children in the entire poem. In fact, she hates children just today. Today she's feeling this way, and so now she hates children especially. But the entire poem is not about hating children. Demonstrates her hatred for people? Nope. Today maybe she hates everyone and everything, and she's definitely not encouraging herself. So express her state of being. That is the poet's intention. Okay, and we are done with our bad day. Next we move to this extract here. Another extract that appears on a few past papers. Don't take it to heart, shark. Life's got plenty lessons to teach you yet, partner. This bush does reduce you to an animal, and then you got to fight your way back to prove you're a man. You better get moving, and don't let sundown catch you before you reach Nameless River. I left half of my supplies with Bulla and the tonic, poured boiling hot water into the barrel of my rifle, tested the action of the bolt, and set out. I knew Bulla and tonic were watching me, but I didn't look back. I walked quickly, feeling my prospecting knife slapping against my thigh. The forest darkened, and my footsteps sounded loud under the tall trees. I wasn't afraid of animals or snakes, and for the first time, I felt certain that I would overtake my uncle and Santos. The only fear I knew was for the thing I was about to do with no witness but God and the forest trees. But this fear was remote as I swung downhill. The sense of being alone filled me with a particular gladness. I looked up at the sun and quickened my pace. I saw a Nameless River from a hilltop. The molasses black stream flowed by 100 yards away. For a long time I stood still, watching every moment below and scanning the far bank of the river. I descended stealthily until I came to a mora tree, which leaned over the river. I hid my balata pouch between the roots and crouched down to wait. Pause here and read the extract carefully on your own. Here we have the passage on the left, the questions on the right. The expression, "this bush does reduce you to an animal," lines 1 and 2, implies that shark would C. Be forced to adopt the instincts of an animal. So this bush, this forest he's in, when you're in it, you have to think like an animal, move like an animal. Eat like an animal is madness. Walk on all fours, that's just CSEC trying to be funny. And hunt for prey like an animal for survival, that might be a close one. But in general, it's not just about hunting for prey, it's about adopting the instincts overall of an animal. You have to move like an animal, be as stealthy as an animal, hunt like an animal in order to survive in this place. 32. The advice given to shark in the first sentence was meant to warn him that pretty easy. There were things he did not yet know about life. What is the advice? Don't take it to heart, shark. Life's got plenty of lessons to teach you. So if life has plenty of lessons to teach you, then obviously you don't know everything about life as yet. So these are all about just about the actual forest and things you need to learn about the forest. But this piece of advice is talking about life in general. 33. The forest darkened. Lines 6 to 7 suggests that we can easily eliminate B and C. If the forest is darkened, it's not just about the trees creating shadows. We get the imagery that they're not just shadows, but there's darkness here. Shadows would mean there's also light and darkness. You need light for shadows to be created. So either the sun had set by this time or the trees were blocking out the sunlight. But we can actually eliminate A because the sun had not yet set by this time. How do we know this? Down in stanza 3, I looked up at the sun. So the sun had not yet set. He was hurrying because he wanted to get out of this place and reach Nameless River before the sun had set. So up here the sun had not yet set, which means it's D. Trees were just blocking out the sunlight. 34. The phrase molasses black in line 12 describes this is a giveaway. Molasses black as molasses, the color of the water, the molasses black stream. The stream is as black as molasses. So molasses black means very black. Molasses is also thick, but it didn't say molasses thick, it said molasses black. 35. The conclusion we may draw about shark scanning the far bank in line 13 is that he was examining carefully. So we see here he stood for a long time. He stood still, watching every movement and scanning the far bank. So it couldn't be just glimpsing. And he's not peering through the bushes. He's definitely not looking at trees nearby. He's examining carefully. 36. The phrase is scanning the far bank in line 13. Hid my balata pouch in line 14 and crouched down in line 15. Show that shark is he's being very careful. He's examining, he's scanning, he's hiding his pouch, he's crouching. He's obviously expecting someone who is not a friend. He's preparing. He's not necessarily expecting an attack because he is the one crouching, hiding, being stealthy. So he would be the one attacking perhaps. So he's not expecting an attack from animals. He's definitely not looking for a friend. And he's not searching for a place to set up camp. He's expecting someone or something that is unfriendly. 37. Based on the extract, the only feeling shark did not experience is Satisfaction. He did feel fear. He speaks about the fear he feels here. The only fear I knew was something, so he was afraid. He felt alone, the sense of being alone. He felt anticipation. Throughout basically the entire passage, he's anticipating, he's expecting. Yeah. But the passage really did not reach the point where he felt any satisfaction. 38. The concluding sentence of this extract. A suggests that shark expected someone or something to appear at any moment. And we actually saw a hint of this in a previous question. When you look at 36, expecting someone who is not a friend, the same thing comes back around in 38. I hid my balata pouch between the roots and crouched down to wait. So in his pouch is perhaps his knife, and he's crouching down waiting. Why would he be crouching waiting? Because he knows, or he's expecting, that someone is going to appear at any moment, and that person will not be here for a conversation. 39. Which of the following suggested titles best suits the extract? I think this is a tricky question. These could all be possible titles, but which one best suits it? I think Nameless River. The entire extract is really shark heading toward and anticipating Nameless River. Nameless River seems to be the place where something interesting is going to happen. Maybe there's going to be a showdown or something like that. Maybe he's going to face his fear, prove himself. I don't know. But Nameless River is pretty important throughout the extract. Lessons in life, not really. We don't see him really learning many lessons. We know that he has lessons that he needs to learn, but we don't see him learning these lessons throughout the extract. He's not lost, and he's tracking in the bush is close, but he's heading toward Nameless River. This seems to be the central. This seems to be the destination of the traveler shark. Okay, we move down to items 40 through 47. As usual, I'll read the passage and then you can pause and read it on your own. Of all the terrifying circumstances to which one's home is vulnerable, nothing equals the experience of having a guest who stares straight at one's bookshelves. It is not the possibility that he is judging one's taste that is frightening, but the fact that one's sense of discrimination is exposed by one's books. Indeed, most people would prefer to see the guest first scan, then peer and turn away in boredom or disapproval. Too often the eyes, dark with calculation, shift from title to title, as from girl to girl in an overheated dance hall. Nor is that the worst. It is when those eyes stop moving that the heart too stops. The guest's body twitches. His hand floats up to where his eyes have led. There is nothing to be done. You freeze. He smiles. You hear the question even as it forms. Would you mind if I borrowed this book? Mind? Why should I mind? The fact that I came upon that book in a Paris bookstall in April 1959, the 13th, I believe it was, the afternoon, it was drizzling, that I found it after searching all Europe and North America for a copy, that it is dog-eared at passages that mean more to my life than my heartbeat. Should I mind that you seek to take all that away, that I will undoubtedly never get it back? Then even if you actually return it to me one day, I will be wizened, you cavalier, and the book spoiled utterly by your mishandling. Mind? Not at all. Hope you enjoy it. Thanks, I'll bring it back next week. No rush. Take your time. Liar. Not that there is any known way to avoid these exchanges. One has books, one has friends. They're bound to meet. Charles Lamb, who rarely complained, waxed livid on the subject. You're borrowers of books, those mutilators of collections, spoilers of the symmetry of shelves, and creators of odd volumes. But how are such people to be put off? The non-return of borrowed books is a custom as old as books themselves. Still, this custom contradicts nature. In every other such situation, the borrower becomes a slave to the lender. This is certainly true with money. Yet it is not at all true with books. For some reason, a book borrower feels that a book, once taken, is now his own. This removes both memory and guilt from the transaction. Making matters worse, the lender believes it too. Alright, we have the passage on the left, the questions on the right. We'll start with question 40. According to the writer, in lines 1 to 9, what is the most frightening thought that occurs when a guest stares at your bookshelves? Answer B. He would ask to borrow one of your favorite books. You see the writer mention some bad things that would happen when someone stares at your bookshelf, but then it says the worst of all of these possibilities is this particular question. Would you mind if I borrowed this book? So the writer fears someone asking to borrow one of his books, particularly one of his favorite books, of course. 41. The guest looks from title to title, as from girl to girl in an overheated dance hall. Lines 5 to 6. This comparison is intended to suggest a feeling of your answer, A. So imagine someone enters your house, you're a collector of books, you're a book connoisseur, you love your books, you have your favorite books on your bookshelf. This person comes in and they're looking at your books intently. You know that they're just going to ask this question. They're going to want to borrow one of your books, and so the anticipation is building up as they're looking from one title to the next, as one would look at the girls in an overheated dance hall, perhaps trying to choose which one to approach or to dance with. 42. The writer uses a series of short sentences in lines 7 to 8 to suggest his feeling of Okay, this one has to be apprehension. He's apprehensive. Let's look at these sentences. The guest's body twitches. His hand floats up to where his eyes have led it. There is nothing to be done. You freeze. He smiles. You hear the question even as it forms. So we can imagine that this person just watching their friend come in and stare at the bookshelf, and they're just waiting for this question. They do not want this question to be asked, but they know it's an inevitable question. It will be asked. And so we can imagine they're just going through these anxious thoughts, just awaiting the inevitable, just anticipating. And of course, this anticipation brings with it great apprehension, because he does not want to lend anyone his book, obviously. So apprehension is the only possible answer here. It's definitely not pleasure or disbelief, and he's certainly not excited. 43. The writer in paragraph 2, lines 10 through 15, describes in detail how he obtained the book in order to Right, let's take a look at the paragraph so we can find out why he describes the detail. So we already know what's happening in paragraph 1. He's giving us the narrative of someone coming into his house, looking at his bookshelf, asking to borrow his book. Of course, we know that he does not want to lend anyone his book. So let's see. Mind? Why should I mind? And he details how he obtains the book. He came upon the book in a Paris bookstall. So he got this book in Paris. Very exotic. And look at it. He tells us when he got it. Perhaps this is a long time ago. April 1959. He remembers the date, the year and the date. Well, perhaps he remembers the date, which means this is a very important book to him. If you obtain a book and you remember when and where you got it, it means it's a very important book. He even remembers what time of day it was and that it was drizzling. He found it after searching all of Europe and North America. So he was searching everywhere for a copy of this book. We see that it is dog-eared at passages that mean more to him than his heartbeat. So he has been reading this book and he marks important passages with dog ears. And the dog ear suggests that he would have been reading this book for many, many years. He has read it many, many times. And the passages in the book mean a lot to him. So all of this is obviously telling us why he's so attached to the book. He's attached to the book because of all of this. All he went through to get the book and all that the passages in the book mean to him. It could not be B, to make the guest aware of how he came to own the book, because he's not telling the guest all of this. This is happening in the speaker's mind. We know that it's happening in the speaker's mind because of the brackets that appear at the beginning and end of the paragraph. And we know that he certainly did mind lending out this book. And D is just completely out of the question. All right, let's go to 44. The word mind in line 15, that's here. The word mind in line 15 is written in italics because the author wishes to emphasize it has to be A, how much he minds lending his book to his friend. So we know that he's being, in his head, he's being quite sarcastic in how he says this. Mind? Why would I mind? Of course I mind. Look at what happens at the beginning of the paragraph. Mind? Why should I mind? So this is sarcastic. Why should I mind? This rhetorical question, this internalized rhetorical question. It's sarcastic because he goes on in the entire paragraph to tell us why he would mind. So he definitely minds. And then at the end, he comes back to mind. So he's saying mind to really highlight how much he actually minds lending out the book. It's as if someone knows that you haven't eaten all day and they ask, are you hungry? Hungry? Why would I be hungry? Of course, you're being sarcastic to highlight just how hungry you obviously are. And it couldn't be B because actually none of what is said here is said to his friend. Not just the mind here, but nothing here is said to his friend. This is all thought. So it doesn't have anything to do with the mind being italicized. If that were the case, the entire paragraph would have been italicized. The italics have nothing to do with the history of the book. And of course, D is completely out because we know that he does mind lending his book to his friend. 45. In line 19, the writer uses square brackets to indicate that the word in these brackets this one's a bit tricky, but the answer is C. Liar contradicts the words that are not in brackets. Lines 16 through 18. So we have his thought process here. This is what he's thinking. This is the actual conversation that would have occurred, or it could even be an imagined conversation. The conversation that the speaker imagines he would have with his friend. Basically, the question is, would you mind if I borrowed this book? His friend asks him, would you mind if I borrowed this book? He says, not at all. Hope you enjoy it. His friend says, thanks, I'll bring it back next week. And then he says, no rush, take your time. Based on how much he loves his book, we know that this is a lie. He does not want to lend his friend the book. He doesn't want his friend to be enjoying his book. He wants to keep his book for himself. And no rush is definitely a lie, because even if he wouldn't mind lending his friend the book, he would want this book back as soon as possible. So these are all lies. And this is in square brackets to show us that what he's saying is not true. He's basically calling himself a liar here. 46. One has books, one has friends. They're bound to meet. Lines 20 to 21. This statement implies that it is bound to meet. This means they have to meet, they must meet. So it is inevitable. This means it cannot be stopped, it cannot be helped. It's inevitable that books will be borrowed by one's friends. That's exactly what bound to meet means. You have books, you have friends, they're going to meet. Friends will borrow your books. And everything else is just madness. This one is easy. 47. According to the writer, which of the following is true? Another giveaway has to be D. The borrower of books becomes a slave to the lender. That is directly stated in the text. You see in the final paragraph here, Still, this custom contradicts nature. And the custom here is the non-return of books. People not giving your book back. And this custom, it's unnatural for us. It's unusual. Because in every other situation, the borrower becomes a slave to the lender. For example, when you're dealing with money, if you borrow money from someone, the lender is basically the master of the one who borrows. But we see that it's not the case with books. With books, it is reversed. So instead of the person lending the book being the master, it's the person borrowing the book that is the master. And we see it explained here. A borrower feels that a book once taken is now his own. So someone borrows a book, they become the master because they basically take ownership of the book. And the lender actually believes that the borrower has become the master as well. And the others can be eliminated quite quickly. The borrower of the books never raises the question of money. This has nothing at all to do with anything in the passage. The borrower of books only returns the books because of a sense of guilt. The borrower does not return the books according to the passage. The borrower is more inclined to remember books than money. Not at all. This is not spoken of in the passage. And that's it for this passage. Let's move to the final passage of this paper. We'll be answering items 48 through 55. This is an open request to try to find who is the brain behind traffic management in Paulo. Does anybody know? I have tried traffic branch, not them. Highways, not them. Planning and development, not them. In fact, nobody wants to take responsibility for certain decisions and the mess that results. For example, Mission Road was made one way, north to south. Great idea. It worked, no traffic jams. In fact, many people were charged for going the wrong way up a one-way street. Then suddenly it's back to two-way and traffic for so. Same is true of Stoke Street. Somebody changed the stop signs at the corner for a few weeks. Then they changed it back. Nobody knows why. But the best is Celestial Road in St. John, which is wrecker heaven. Somebody made this road, which, apart from Broadway, is the widest street in Paulo, and no parking street, either side, anytime, and the wrecker is profiting from this. There are 4 major office buildings on this road, all of which provide underground parking for staff. So some, usually the lower paid, have to park elsewhere, and these are the cars the wrecker is taking away all day, every day. Again, the small man suffers. Oh, there's an exception. If you have a Canadian High Commission sticker, you can park and the wrecker will not touch your diplomatic car. Maybe we could all become diplomats. Then again, the 2 narrowest streets in Paulo allow parking. Try Delino Street off Abbey Lane. You can hardly pass. Who is the brain behind this mess? It seems the more cars we put on the road, the less parking somebody wants to allow. Who is this brain? No doubt a small man with a big car who has no name. Alright, let's go on to 48. The writer uses the word brain in line 1. The writer's use of the word brain in line 1 is meant to obviously the writer is being sarcastic. He actually thinks whoever is making these decisions, whoever is behind traffic management, is doing a poor job, and he's really complaining about how ridiculous a job this person is doing. So brain here is very sarcastic, and he's actually making fun of the decisions. What he means is brainless. Whoever is doing this, whoever is making these decisions, must be an idiot. So he's actually making fun of the decisions. None of these make any sense at all. When the writer repeats "not them" in paragraph 1, he implies that this one is easy. No one wants to take responsibility for the traffic situation. So he's asking around, he's trying to find who is responsible for making these traffic decisions. Is it the traffic branch? Nope, not them. Highways? Nope, not them. Planning and development? Nope, not them. He makes it clear nobody wants to take responsibility for certain decisions and the mess that results. Number 50. Stoke Street in line 7. Celestial Road in line 9. And Delino Street in line 17 can best be described as these are clearly examples to support the writer's case. He is citing many examples of roads where there are traffic problems. There are problems on Stoke Street, problems on Celestial Road, problems on Delino Street. The traffic management, whoever's making these decisions, they're doing a poor job, and the poor job can be seen on these 3 roads. So these are examples of the poor job that the traffic management, whoever that is doing. So there are examples supporting his case. And these answers are clearly wrong. I don't think there's any need to go into them. 51. The writer's tone can be described as A, B, and C might look close. It's definitely not complimentary. It's not complimenting anyone here. It's quite the opposite. The writer's tone. So the tone throughout the entire extract. How does the writer sound? How does the writer's voice sound? Is he puzzled? I mean, he asks many questions. He can't find out who is responsible. He can't understand why these decisions are being made. So you could say that he's puzzled. But is that the main tone? Look at how he's trying to find the brain behind the traffic management. And of course, by asking these questions and by saying not them, not them, not them, it's really not a case of him simply not knowing or him being puzzled about who is responsible. He's simply, through sarcasm, the answer is sarcasm, highlighting the fact that no one wants to take responsibility for what's happening. There is sarcasm throughout the entire extract. We could say that he's resigned, meaning he has given up. He feels hopeless. But the main tone throughout the entire extract is a sarcastic one. We even see sarcasm at the very end. Who is the brain? He puts brain in quotes just to be super sarcastic. Who is the brain behind this mess? Who is this brain? No doubt a small man with a big car who has no name. So the brain is basically someone being paid a lot of money, and there's some big boss in a nice office who is actually an idiot. We see more sarcasm here. Wrecker heaven. We see more sarcasm here. Great idea. It worked. No traffic jams. All sarcastic. Almost every sentence in this extract is sarcastic. You can't miss the sarcasm here. So the main tone, the overall tone, is one of sarcasm. Let's move on to 52. The last sentence of the letter is similar to paragraph 5 because both of them answer B, express disgust. He's really disgusted by what's going on. Look at this. Oh, there's an exception. If you have a Canadian High Commissioner sticker, you can park and the wrecker will not touch your diplomatic car. He's disgusted at the power and prestige that these diplomats have, these quote-unquote diplomats, because they're actually idiots. And then he says here, sarcastically of course, maybe we could all become diplomats. So he's basically saying the people in power, the big rich guys, they are the only ones who are not affected by the traffic problems. So they have no incentive to fix the problem. Disgusted at how they're behaving and how they're taking advantage of the common people. At the end here, we see more disgust. Here's where we see the most disgust. He's disgusted at the fact that whoever's making these stupid decisions is actually someone who's benefiting. They have a big car, and of course they're anonymous, so they're not being held accountable. They're not having to take responsibility for their actions. So disgust. There are no rhetorical questions in this paragraph here. The last line, as well as this paragraph, do mention cars, but that is not why these two pieces of the extract are similar. That is not the important similarity. And of course, we know that no compliments are being offered here. 53, the letter was most likely published in a. Okay, this is pretty obvious, a newspaper. This sounds like a letter to the editor, a letter of complaint that would have been written to a local newspaper. It could not be a press release because this isn't a company or an office or anything like that releasing information. Certainly could not be a tourist brochure, and school magazine is just madness. 54. The author of the passage is most likely a. Motorist. Obviously he is affected. He sounds very passionate, so he's a motorist, perhaps, which means he's one of the persons driving who has to deal with the traffic problems. Pedestrians don't necessarily have to deal with the problems that motorists have to deal with, since they're on foot. Traffic warden, no, he's not in charge of traffic. He doesn't have any power. He's just a regular guy with a car, and he's certainly not one of the government officials. In fact, he's criticizing the government officials. Last one here. Again, the small man suffers in line 14. Implies that the small man is often. Obviously, disadvantage. They're taking advantage of the small man. The small man is the one facing the disadvantage here. Let's move on to the final piece of this 2017 puzzle. I will not read the poster. I'll just allow you guys to pause the video here, read it carefully, and then we'll go through the questions. Here we are, 56. According to the information provided, the main theme of the symposium is. Adolescent health. We can see this right throughout. Let's take a look. Topic: adolescent health. Big giveaway. We also see that students in medical sciences and healthcare professionals should attend, and the sessions that will be held by the experts in their field all deal with health. HIV/AIDS by this doctor, and other STDs by this doctor, alcohol and other drugs, all of these deal with health. So health is the main theme of the symposium. 57. Which of the following groups is not a sponsor of the symposium? Okay, this is a simple fact question. The Ministry of Health, we can look here, we'll see the sponsors. Ministry of Youth, present. Conference of Churches, present. National Council on Drug Abuse, present. Ministry of Health, absent. 58. Which of the following words can best replace symposium in the advertisement? This is a simple vocabulary test. A symposium is a conference. That's pretty much it. 59. How can those who want to participate register for the event? This one actually tricked me. I thought it was D on first glance, but this is the Ministry of Youth. This is saying the Ministry of Health. So how do you participate? You contact this person at the Ministry of Youth. So that's A. And finally, all of the following groups are specifically invited to attend except. The answer is C, parents of young people. You see, youth groups are invited, members of the public are invited, and doctors, nurses, and other healthcare workers are invited. In fact, some of them will be presenting. And of course, they are healthcare professionals. All right, that's it for the 2017 May paper. Wonderful, that's the second paper one down. Now it's time to check your score as well as revisit your wrong answers. Did your score improve? Did you encounter some really tricky questions? Let me know what's up in the comments. Anyway, it's time for a second break. Pause here and come back when you're ready to take on test number 3. Okay, we're moving on to the May-June 2018 paper. Instructions. Each sentence in this section has either 1 or 2 words missing. Choose from the 4 options the word or pair of words which best completes the meaning of the sentence. Mark your choice on the answer sheet. You might realize that these are actually 5 repeat questions. Due to this, I want you to pause the video here and submit your answers for all 5. So pause the video, answer all 5 questions, then I'll quickly give you the answers and move on. Alright, since these questions and answers would have been previously explained, I'll just give you the answers quickly and you can make a note of whether your answers were correct or not. If you get any of these answers incorrect, then you'll have to go back to where I explained these answers. These questions appeared at the beginning of the May-June 2017 and also the May-June 2016 papers. Alright, for 6 through 10, choose the word or phrase that is most nearly opposite in meaning to the underlined word or words. Mark your choice on the answer sheet. So we're looking for opposites here. Number 6, he was eager to share the news with his friends. The opposite of eager is reluctant. If you're eager to do something, then you're very excited to do it. You just can't wait to get it done. If you're reluctant, it means you're unwilling. You're trying to avoid doing it. You're trying to put it off. Number 7. My parents and even some teenagers do not approve of the amount of permissiveness in today's society. Only possible answer here, restrictiveness. Permissiveness, if you look at this word, you'll be able to see the word permission. So if you have permission to do almost anything, then that is permissiveness. So if you're restricted from doing things, that would be the opposite of being permitted to do things. So permissiveness, opposite, restrictiveness. Number 8. Every effort was made to avert the chance of failure. To avert means to avoid or escape. To ensure means to make sure that something happens. So your answer must be A. 9. The president of the Students' Association never mentioned the treasurer's integrity. A person who has integrity is a person who you can trust, a person you can depend on, a person who has strong values. So the opposite of that would be a dishonest person. Number 10. She seems to be sensitive to the feelings of others. If you're sensitive to the feelings of others, it means you're aware of how others feel, you're able to detect, you're able to tell what persons around you are feeling. The opposite of that would be being unaware, so A. Alright, items 11 to 15. Revise each of the following sentences according to the directions that follow it. Do not change the meaning of the original sentence. Look at options A to D for the word or phrase that best suits your revised sentence and mark your choice on the answer sheet. 11. People from crowded nations cannot get over the accessibility of Canada's natural environment in all its magnificence. Begin the sentence with, it is impossible for. And the only way to begin the sentence with impossible for is to follow up with to get over. And the new sentence will be, it is impossible for people from crowded nations to get over the accessibility of Canada's natural environment in all its magnificence. You simply cannot begin the sentence with to be over for, to have got over or to getting over. 12. If Charlie invites me, I will go to his party. And if you begin the sentence with word Charlie to invite me, then you must follow it up with I would go. Simple grammar here. 13. More is experienced in one day of the life of a learned man than an ignorant man experiences in his whole lifetime. A learned man experiences more in a day than an ignorant man experiences in his whole lifetime. So C. 14. She found, even after she made several attempts to regulate the sprinkler, that the water was still reaching the furniture on the veranda. New sentence. Having made several attempts to regulate the sprinkler, she found that. 15. The cricket match ended abruptly when many of the spectators stormed the field. Begin with, many of the spectators stormed. So, many of the spectators stormed the field, so the cricket match ended abruptly. By now we should be used to questions like these. We'll simply be selecting where the errors are. If you need to, pause the video and read the instructions carefully. Number 16. Considering the chaos you would cause if you were to resign now, I would have no choice than to refuse your request. Okay, this one is a little tricky, but C is incorrect. I have no choice but to refuse your request. Or you could have said, I have no other choice than to. But because there is no other here, we need but instead of than. 17. You may notice that the windows of the house next to the playground looks like those of ancient English cottages. CSEC likes to give us these tricky subject-verb agreement sentences. You may notice that the windows look. This is not the subject. The subject is the windows of the house. So the windows look. B should be look. 18. There is hardly a point to our knocking as no one is not home. Okay, if a double negative with no one and not, it should be no one is home. 19. Tom, the most talented of those musicians who need help, has promised to give his services free of charge for any worthwhile cause. No error here. I guess CSEC is trying to trick us with this. Tom, the most talented of those musicians who need help. Need is correct. Because the need here is related to those musicians who need help. It is the musicians who need help here, and not Tom specifically. Tom is just one of these musicians who need help. 20. Any disease of the bones and joints which are due to deficiencies in a single nutritional factor can be prevented. Another easy one, any disease that's singular, this should be is. Okay, we should be used to these questions by now. We'll choose A for redundancy, B for cliche or misused metaphors, C for incorrect grammar or diction, D for a perfect sentence. Of course, pause and reread the instructions if you need to. Let's go on to 21. There are many who have not considered the need to abstain from alcohol, but sobriety is truly the only option for one who wishes to engage in healthy lifestyle practices. This is a perfectly good sentence. Perhaps they're trying to trick us with have. But yeah, this cannot be has. This should be have because this is plural. Many have. and nothing else seems off about this sentence. 22. He wanted to beg for his old job, but that ship has sailed, and he had to simply play the hand that was dealt him. Alright, so for 22, I think this is actually a very tricky one. I think this is a bad question from CSEC, because we can see B and C here. I think there are cliches here with that ship has sailed and playing the hand that was dealt him. However, as I said earlier, if there is incorrect grammar, this takes precedence. This is the one you have to go with. So if you think there are two errors and one of those errors is incorrect grammar or diction, then your answer has to be the incorrect grammar or diction, because that supersedes all of the errors. Where is the problem? Has should be had. He wanted to beg for his old job, but that ship had sailed. We should be going into the past participle tense here. That ship had sailed. So he had to simply play the hand that was dealt him. And by the way, even though you could consider these to be cliches, they're actually not misused. So that's another argument for C. 23. Rising from the throne, the crowd cheered their noble monarch as he walked solemnly forward to greet the foreign dignitaries. Very easy A. We see lots of redundancies. Noble monarch, that's a redundancy. A monarch has to be noble, so just monarch would have been fine. And some persons might say that foreign dignitaries is redundant, but it's not quite redundant, because dignitaries don't necessarily have to be foreigners. But we already have enough redundancies, so A. 24. The moon shone brightly in the clear night sky, its cool light a blessing after the searing heat of day. Excellent sentence. D. 25. The clerk raised his voice in protest. His boss asked him to hold his tongue, since empty vessels made the most noise and are often thrown in the den to be eaten by the lions. Right, here we have a cliche. Empty vessels made the most noise, and here this has to be a misused metaphor, so B. Alright, next section, items 26 through 33. If your memory serves you correctly, then you will recognize that we have already done this poem on the 2016 paper. That means we're going to be blazing through these questions, because we have a lot of repeat questions as well. But we do have a few new questions, so I'll explain the answers for those. But I will not be explaining the answers for the questions we've already gone through. If you need something to be re-explained, just go back to the 2016 paper for those explanations. Also, I won't be reading the poem again, so just pause here, read the poem, then we'll get into the questions. Alright, 26 is a repeat question, so submit your answer for 26. Regarding looks, personification. If you need the explanation, go back to the 2016 paper. 27. The garden seemed crisscrossed in line 2 because the repeat question A. 28. Which of the following phrases is meant to be taken literally? Repeat question A. 29. Her garden stands neatly around her house. Line 5 tells us that. C. Repeat question. 30. The poet uses the words frail consciousness in line 14 to show that Mama Repeat question B. 31. Which of the following best describes the woman's extra thoughtfulness of her mother? Repeat question C. 32. The poet uses the phrase borrowed children in line 17 to show. Repeat question B. 33. Which of the following were done by the children to show their love for the woman? Repeat question C. And just like that, we're done with an even shape. Alright, we have a brand new passage, so I'll read this. Afterward, pause the video and read it for yourself. Then we'll get into the questions. Here, we'll be dealing with items 34 through 41. The view from the terrace. Marcus wheeled himself out of his accustomed place at the table on the terrace, and the sight struck him immediately. How could it not? It was an abomination, a desecration, a heresy, a sight unbelievable. There was a house on the hillside. His hill, the one which overlooked the village and which his terrace faced. It was a small house, to be sure. He estimated it to be no more than 25 feet by 12, with one door and one window on the long side which faced him. From the distance, it was no more than a doll's house, or what a child might draw. A wooden hut similar to those which sprung up daily in the squatter settlements, which everywhere littered the hillsides, ringing the city, visible evidence of society out of control. But his hillside wasn't a squatter settlement, and no other house marred his view. His house sat on a slight rise above the village in the valley, and from there he had an uninterrupted view of the mountains on all sides. Far away there were houses, proper ones, that is, but none close enough to mar his vision. It had never occurred to him that the hillside he gazed at every day would ever be defaced with human habitation. It was so steep and inhospitable. Few trees grew on it except for the occasional clump of mangoes. It was mostly covered with grass, which burned every year in the dry months, and agaves which from time to time flowered yellow. Halfway up the hill, and directly in front of his favorite seat on the terrace, was the only tree of any size, and this was a silk cotton tree, which would one day become a giant, but which was still small as cotton trees go. Year after year he watched its progress, as it shed its leaves in the winter months, and turned a bright green in the spring. And now, immediately behind this tree, as if sheltering in its arms, someone had built a house. On his hill. It wasn't really his hill, but who else was there to claim it? Who else had gazed at it 365 mornings every year for the past 12 years? Alright, let's move to 34. Which word best describes the homeowner's attitude to the hillside near his house? Okay, we see that he's very possessive of the hillside. He thinks that he owns the hillside. We see many repetitions of his hillside throughout the passage. And we see that even though it wasn't actually his hillside, who else was there to claim it? So he had laid claim on the hillside. We also see how horrified he is to see a house springing up and blocking his view. So he is possessive of the hillside. 35. The words struck him in line 2 suggest that to the homeowner, the sudden appearance of the squatter's house Remember, we're focusing on struck him. What does it mean when something strikes you? When you look out and something that you see strikes you. That's not necessarily disgust coming in. And of course, it's not interest coming in how quickly the house was built. He wasn't interested in how quickly it was built. So perhaps it aroused shock at the unexpected neighbor. He was surprised, very, very surprised to see a neighbor out there all of a sudden. We could say that it stimulated pain because of the loss of privacy and control. We know this man wanted basically to control the hill and have his private space, but struck him particularly more connotes shock. If something strikes you, it means you're shocked by it. 36. The phrase sat on, line 9, tells us that the house is comfortably situated. When you're personifying something to say that it sits on something, then it's well poised, well comfortably situated. Look at the sentence. His house sat on a slight rise above the village in the valley, and from there he had an uninterrupted view of the mountains on the hillside. So we can see that this house was in a pretty good position. It was comfortably situated. It wasn't necessarily set into the hillside, and it certainly wasn't precariously located, because saying that something sits on, it doesn't give the image that it is precariously located. And D just doesn't make sense. 37. Which of the following did the homeowner believe gave him the right to claim the hill? You see at the end of the extract, C, the length of time he lived there. It wasn't really his hill, but who else was there to claim it? Who else had gazed at it 365 mornings every year for the past 12 years? So he had been there for 12 years. So basically, because of that, he believed that it was his hill. These are all kind of true, but none of them really gave the homeowner the right or the supposed right to claim the hill. 38. The word littered in line 7 highlights the owner's belief that the squatters' settlements were Alright, this one I think is a bit tricky. We know that when somewhere is littered, it is dirtied. We know that rubbish or garbage is usually what is littering the place, so we know that it's a blemish, and we know that he sees the squatter settlements as a negative thing. You know, society out of control. They're like garbage in society, just littering the place. And of course, poorly built. They were littered. He didn't mind the proper houses, but the squatter settlements, those were like rubbish in his sight. He didn't enjoy seeing those. But temporary, I really oscillated between C and D, but I don't think that littered really highlights the temporary nature of the squatter settlements. I mean, litter, rubbish, garbage can be in a place for a very long time. You can say that the hill is littered with something, and that something might always be there. So not temporary, so we'll be working with C, 2 and 3 only. 39. Which of the following best captures the homeowner's biggest fear? So we can eliminate all of these because these actually make no sense at all. He did not fear anything about the cotton tree, and he didn't fear that proper houses would be built on the hillside. In fact, he doesn't really mind proper houses. He just doesn't like the squatter settlement houses. And of course, the littering mentioned in line 7 doesn't refer to literal littering in terms of the garbage. So the only possible answer is C. The hillside will become a squatter's settlement. He sees one squatter house pop up, and he's afraid that eventually more will pop up and it will turn into a squatter settlement. Of course, he sees squatter settlements as evidence that society is out of control. So he doesn't like the squatter settlements at all. And he says here, but his hillside wasn't a squatter settlement. So he really wants to keep it that way. 40. The repetition of his hill in lines 3 and 20 by the narrator course, it emphasizes the passion behind his attitude. He's very passionate about owning the hill. He's passionate about protecting the hill of sorts. And we can eliminate A quite easily. It doesn't show any disgust or repetition of his, and it doesn't show how persistent his shock was, because he isn't shocked in the second paragraph. C is a contender, presents the homeowner's stubbornness. He's, I guess, too stubborn to allow persons to move onto the hill and to share the hill, but it more than anything else emphasizes the passion behind his attitude. 41. Which words best sum up the homeowner's view of squatters' settlement? Easily, society out of control. He sees the settlements as evidence of society being out of control. Sprung up legally makes no sense here. Marred his view is not his view of the settlements, and this doesn't make any sense. So by elimination, we're left with B. And that's it for this passage. Let's move on. The oceans. To the prejudiced eyes of land-bound humans, the oceans seem like one continuous mass, as homogeneous as outer space. To some extent, they are. And some marine creatures treat the whole maritime world as their oyster. Some of the great whales, for instance, lunge from the surface to the depths as a matter of course, and divide their feeding and breeding between the poles and the tropics. Equally striking to the marine scientists, however, is the variousness of the oceans. Each sea embraces several or indeed many distinct environments, each of which occupies a discrete zone. Some of these zones also vary markedly with time, through the day, with the tides, and therefore with the phases of the moon, by season, and sometimes in cycles of several years. And superimposed on all these variations in space and time are the more erratic influences of currents and of the influx of rivers. In short, patchiness in space and time is as much a feature of the oceans as it is of land. Indeed, patchiness is a great principle in ecology, though it is rarely singled out as such. Each oceanic zone has its characteristic creatures, sometimes a huge variety of different types, and sometimes only a few, but many creatures of all kinds spend part of their lives in one kind of environment and part in another. And because there are so many different ways of making a living in the oceans, so many permutations of habitats, there is a correspondingly huge variety of creatures. And so many creatures take quite different forms and live in quite different ways at different stages of their lives. There are far fewer species in the oceans than on land, however, because there are no marine equivalents of the forest trees, and it is the trees that provide such a myriad of habitats for land-based creatures. Pause here and read this a couple of times. We'll be looking at items 42 through 49 on the basis of what is stated or implied in this passage. 42. The writer's main purpose in the extract is to A. Show that the ocean is very diverse. He says that even though the oceans seem as just one big unvaried thing, it's actually very diverse, very varied. Equally striking to marine scientists is the variousness of the oceans. And we see that each sea embraces several or even many distinct environments. And we see the variations in terms of timing here. Day to day, with each tide, phases of the moon, we see how varied the ocean is and how it changes with times and seasons. It goes on to talk about the patchiness of the ocean, in that it is kind of divided into many different patches or zones, many distinct areas. So yeah, the entire extract is really showing us how diverse the ocean is. Actually, we can quickly eliminate B and C, and the entire extract isn't about the different creatures. This is just an example to support A. 43. The word prejudiced in line 1 is nearest in meaning to. That's a giveaway. B. To be prejudiced means to be biased, to not have an objective or a fair viewpoint. 44. The writer says that prejudiced eyes see the oceans as being as homogeneous as outer space. Lines 1 and 2. This description suggests that the ocean seems to be D. One continuous stretch of water. We know that outer space is homogeneous and endless. It's just one thing going on and on, never ending, one infinite stretch. And that is how the ocean seems to be. And homogeneous simply means continuous. There is just a kind of unity, just one thing instead of a varied thing. And continuous mass also suggests that it's just one thing continuing with no variation. 45. The statement, some marine creatures treat the whole maritime world as their oyster, in lines 2 to 3, suggests that the creatures D. Move freely throughout the oceans. If someone says that the world is their oyster, it means that they can go anywhere, do anything. It's their little playground. So some marine creatures treat the whole maritime world, the whole oceanic world, as their little playground because they're able to just go everywhere. And it has nothing to do with literal oysters, so A and B are out. And C is the opposite of what this means. 46. According to the extract, patchiness in line 13 refers to giveaway here, variation. Patchiness. So the ocean has many different patches, many different varied zones. Nothing else here makes any sense whatsoever. 47. Which of the following best describes the type of writing in the extract? Informative. The extract is simply presenting information and making us more aware of how varied the oceans are. It's not criticizing anything, it's not telling us a story, and it's not really arguing to prove a point. It's simply telling us facts, presenting information in a fairly objective way. 48. According to the extract, which of the following statements is false? Alright, let's look at each one. There are more species on land than in the ocean. Let's check the extract. Here we have, there are far fewer species in the oceans than on land. Fewer species in the oceans than on land, which means more on land than on ocean, so that's not false. Obviously, B is the answer. Let's check C and D. Many ocean creatures divide their time in different parts of the ocean. We see here that many creatures of all kinds spend part of their lives in one kind of environment and part in another. So that's not false, it's true. Many sea creatures take different forms at different stages of their lives. We have that here. So only B is false. Last one for this extract. The clause, there are so many different ways of making a living in the oceans, in line 16, refers to what? Okay, the answer has to be D, and it is actually explained directly after this line. There are so many ways, so many different ways of making a living in the oceans, so many permutations of habitats. There is correspondingly huge variety of creatures. So the many different ways of making a living, we're talking about the many different creatures and basically how they live in the oceans. So it has nothing to do with humans. That's it for oceans. Okay, now we're moving down to items 50 through 54. The tours we offer are truly unique and very much off the beaten track. We take you into the country to experience the historical, cultural, and breathtaking scenic highlights of the island. Our rich heritage in farming over the centuries has produced grand plantation mansions surrounded by picturesque little copses with stately royal palms swaying majestically in the easterly trade winds. The neat sugarcane fields sweep down the rolling hills toward the wild east coast, where miles of untouched beaches are graced with the backdrop of rugged cliffs and the giant breakers of the Atlantic crashing ashore. At Highlight Outdoor Tours, the choice is yours, whether you're the adventurous type or prefer a more laid-back tour. Just give us a call and let us advise you. Okay. Number 50. The advertisement was most likely taken from a this is obviously taken from a tourism brochure. We see here that this is just advertising a location, a particular tour. We see that the Highlight Outdoor Tours is really advertising themselves as a place where tourists can come and enjoy some wonderful aspects of the island. 51. Which of the following is the nearest in meaning to off the beaten track in line 1? D. Along routes not regularly traversed. The beaten track is the track or the routes that everyone usually takes. So off the beaten track means they're going to be taking you on some more exotic, some strange routes, some untaken roads, some places that are basically out of the way that most people wouldn't get the chance to experience. And these can all, ABC can all be eliminated easily. Off the beaten track has nothing to do with whether the roads or trails are paved or not. And by definition, trails are unpaved, so this doesn't even make sense. Into the wilderness, that's not what they're talking about. And it's definitely not dense vegetation. 52. Which of the following does the advertisement promise? Alright, the answer here is D. Scenic beauty, sedate enjoyment. Sedate meaning, in a sense, the opposite of scenic here. Scenic we know is beautiful, picturesque. Sedate is more low-key, nothing over the top. And we have outdoor adventure. Let's see if we find all three. We see scenic enjoyment here. These lines talk about outdoor adventure. And the name of the tours is Highlight Outdoor Tours. And we see the sedate enjoyment because whether you're the adventurous type or you prefer a more laid-back tour, just give us a call so you can get something a bit more laid-back. 53. The phrase, the neat sugarcane fields sweep down the rolling hills in line 5 is an example of Alright, this is a metaphor. The sugarcane fields aren't literally sweeping down the hills and the hills aren't literally rolling. This is metaphoric language that is really describing how bountiful the sugarcane fields are and kind of establishing the relationship between the sugarcane fields and the hills. There's no contrast or repetition here and specific reference to what? 54. The advertisement seeks to persuade the reader mainly through the use of So we can easily eliminate C and D But then we have A and B, and this is quite a close call. But we see in this passage quite a lot of imagery. There is some detail, but there's a lot of imagery. We see here breathtaking scenic highlights. We see here surrounded by picturesque little copses, stately royal palms swaying majestically in the easterly trade winds. Neat sugarcane fields sweep down the rolling hills. Untouched beaches graced with a backdrop of rugged cliffs, giant breakers crashing ashore. So this is all imagery. They are really painting the picture. They're allowing us to see exactly what they have to offer. And they use some detail in painting the imagery, but imagery is the main persuasive device. Alright, for the last section, I'll just allow you guys to pause here and read this, and then I'll jump into the questions. Alright, here we are, number 55. What does the airline promise if a person joins the miles program? They promise rewards for every flight. Specifically, you'll be earning miles every flight. If you double check the passage, they do not offer free faster travel, free shopping, or frequent shopping. These are not promised. 56. How many bonus miles does a silver tier member receive? Okay, clearly 3,000. No contest here. Silver tier member, unique member credentials, 3,000 miles bonus upon attaining the silver tier status. So gold members get 5,000, silver members get 3,000. 57. To which of the following destinations can a person fly using 25,500 airline miles? If we check over here, you need 25,500 miles to travel between the Caribbean / South America and North America. Here we have North America. 58. According to the advertisement, what should a prospective member do if more detailed information is needed about the benefits of the program? Of course, visit their webpage, which we see at the bottom here. Flying frequently will not get you more information, and they didn't say anything about visiting the offices, and joining the miles program will not get you more information. 59. What technique does the advertisement use to appeal to travelers to join the miles program? And they're using facts. We see that if we fly 20,000 miles, we can become a silver member. If we fly 40,000 miles, we can become a gold member. If we fly 80,000 miles, we can qualify to become an executive gold member. These are facts. We see here some perks of the silver membership, all facts. Same thing here. And we see this table of facts showing us where we can go with certain numbers of miles. All facts. No opinions here, and there's really no persuasive language going on, and certainly no personal experience. Final question on the paper. The main purpose of the advertisement is to encourage persons to Obviously, this is all about becoming members of the miles program. They want you to join their program. They do want you to enjoy air travel, but they want you to enjoy air travel through their program so they can make money, of course. It says here at the very top, join our Caribbean Miles program. And that's what this entire ad is getting you to do. You can get all these things when you join. You can become a silver tier or gold tier member, and you can get all these nice things. You can go to these places when you get these numbers of miles. These are all encouraging us to join the miles program. And that's it for the May 2018 paper. That's 3 tests in the bag. Nice work. You know the drill. Check your score and recheck your wrong answers. Pause the video. I'll be waiting right here. You should by now be getting into the groove. If your score is still not where you want it to be, we still have more tests to do, so don't worry. The important thing is that you're learning along the way. Take a break here and come back when you're ready for more. We're now on to the January 2020 paper. As you'll be able to see right off the bat, it's not a beautiful scan, it's not a good looking paper. Luckily, we won't be spending too much time on this paper because there are lots of repeat questions. So let's blaze through this paper as quickly as possible. As usual, I will not be giving explanations for the questions that I would have explained on previous papers. Number 1, justice must be seen to be done, for dash treatment can cause great dash. Okay, this one is a giveaway. Unfair treatment can cause great resentment. Pronounced treatment doesn't make sense. Unlawful treatment can cause surprise. What? Unrewarded treatment? Unrewarded treatment? So unfair treatment can cause great resentment. If persons are treated unfairly, then they will be resentful. Number 2, an attack on someone when that person is most vulnerable may be dash, but is always dash. Okay, this is a repeat question that needs no explanation. Effective, unkind. Number 3, her criticism was constructive and honest, with no dash whatsoever. Okay, so here, her criticism was constructive and honest with no something. This should be negative. We have 2 positive words here, and we're continuing with no, so it has none of whatever it is that is negative here. So candor isn't negative, coherence isn't negative, directness isn't negative. We have A, just by elimination. And it makes sense. Her criticism was constructive, so someone could learn from her criticism. It was good criticism. It was honest, so she wasn't telling any lies. And there was really no malice. She wasn't trying to spite or hurt anyone with her criticism. 4, the journalists were impressed by the dash of the statesman, whose speeches had a profound dash on all who heard them. By elimination, we're left with A. The statesman was eloquent, which means he could speak well. He had very smooth words, and so his speeches had a profound effect on whoever listened to him. The presence of the statesman, maybe this could work, but a profound result, that's very vague. We don't know what that means. And the emotion of the statesman, maybe passion would be a better word, but emotion doesn't make much sense here. And saying something has a profound sensation sounds very strange. And appearance doesn't make sense because we're talking about speeches. There are many who would try to dash your efforts because of their jealousy. And this is just testing to see if you know the word thwart. Trying to get in the way of or trying to stop your efforts. So when people are jealous of you, they will try to thwart your efforts. Bad mind is what we call it. And if people are jealous, they will not be assisting you. Affect is too vague here. We don't know what affect means here, if it's negative or positive. And they certainly wouldn't be encouraging you if they're jealous of you. So by elimination, even if you didn't know the word thwart, you would still know that that's the only possible answer. Okay, items 6 to 10 should be quite easy. You can pause here and refresh yourselves on the instructions if needs be. Let's move to number 6. It's not absolutely necessary for it to be done today. Our answer here is C. The sentence is incorrect in grammar or has some faulty diction. Now you might be saying, absolutely necessary? Is this a redundancy? It doesn't matter, because as I said earlier, if there is bad grammar or faulty diction, that will take precedence. It here should be it is, which means we're missing an apostrophe. So it is absolutely necessary. 7. Traffic bottlenecks must be ironed out if we are to prevent giant traffic congestion. Alright, this one is D. On the last paper we checked, it was A, but this time redundancy is D. So be careful, they might switch these up. Be careful that you're reading the instructions properly and that you know what criteria matches what letter. So we have redundancies here. You can check back on previous papers to see the explanation. 8. The decorations chosen for the venue complemented the theme of the gathering. So the decorations were a good match for the theme, but we have the wrong complement here. So the diction, where are we? The diction is off. Bad diction. This complement should be complemented. 9. To clarify the situation, I will write a new set of guidelines. This sentence is perfectly fine. A. 10. He advanced a step or two to meet his attacker, who suddenly became alarmed and retreated back 4 or 5 paces. This is another question we've seen before. D. Redundant. Again, pause here to read the instructions carefully. I think most of these questions we've actually seen before. 11. The team was not in no good mood to continue the game and went off to the field. Double negative, not in no good mood. The team was in no good mood would have been correct. So it's B. 12. Had they not been forewarned, they might have joined the queue, not knowing that gas was not on sale at the station. No problem with this sentence. We've seen this question before. 13. One of the admirable characteristics of the young is that they are not easily scared. No error. They're trying to trick us with this is, but we know that one of the characteristics is. So D, there's no problem here. 14. As John listened to the lesson being taught, he began to lose interest. And based on how I read it, it should be obviously loose because this should be lose. So it's a spelling issue here. Last one, the problem with the students is that they arrive late, gives no excuse, and are rude when spoken to. Another repeat question, this should be give. So B, D, D, C, B. Let's move along. Alright, for this section, we're looking for words that are practically opposite in meaning to the underlined word. Again, pause, read the instructions carefully. Let's go to 16. She paid meticulous attention to her work as she attached the beads to the costume. So So she's attaching the beads. She's paying meticulous attention. Meticulous means very detailed, very close attention. So it couldn't be careful, couldn't be detailed, because these are synonyms. And cautious is not really a synonym, but it has the same connotation of paying attention. Scant means you're barely paying any attention. 17. The manager decided to inform the staff about all complaints received by customers. We're looking for opposite. If you're complaining, then you're saying something bad, something critical. Of course, the opposite of this is giving a compliment. 18. They lived in a large, sprawling, dilapidated house. If something is dilapidated, it's ruined, it's too old, it's breaking down, the paint is tearing off. Basically, the opposite of dilapidated is well kept. 19. After the story was published in the newspaper, his colleagues ostracized him. Alright, to ostracize means to criticize, mock, and jeer, but most importantly, it means to reject or ban or exclude someone. The opposite of doing all of this is accepting someone. 20. The firm was forced to retrench some workers in order to continue operating. We can use context clues in case you don't know what retrench means. If a firm, if a company wants to continue operating, then what could they do with some workers? Of course, they could fire some workers, to put it bluntly. Maybe they can't afford to pay so many workers anymore, so they will retrench or lay off some workers. The opposite of retrenching or firing or laying off workers is, of course, getting more workers, employing more workers. Okay, here for 21 through 25, we're looking for the sentence closest in meaning to the original sentence. These are all repeat questions. Because we've seen these questions already, we won't spend any time on them. What I'll do is I'll let you pause the video here and just write down your 5 answers. So write your answers for 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. And then I'll give you the answers. Um, 21, D, 22, C, 23, D, even though we can hardly see this, 24, D, 25, C. I'm quite sure we've seen 21, 23, 24, and 25. As for 22, since it might be a new one, let's just go through. John still wanted to marry Mary even though she had lost all her money. So Mary had lost all her money, but John still wanted to marry her. No one said that John agreed to do anything. No one said that Mary's money didn't matter. And it didn't say that John intended to marry Mary even if she were to lose all her money, because she would have already lost all her money. So C is the only correct one. The loss of all Mary's money did not affect John's wish to marry her. Alright, now we're on to Beat That Light, which I think is the most difficult extract on this paper. It's a poem that many persons just do not understand. It says, read the following poem carefully and then answer items 26 through 31 on the basis of what is stated or implied. Alright, here is a better looking copy of the poem. Beat that light. I think the horses must be laughing, kicking up their heels and chaffing, watching from their green abode the things that drove them off the road, whinnying in soft derision at breakdown, blowout, and collision, neighing as they roam the prairies, motorists' obituaries. Read the epitaphs on Monday of drivers various and Sunday, Beep the horn and howl the klaxon. For Hebrew, Latin, and Anglo-Saxon, howling klaxon, beeping horn, the funeral dirge on Monday morn. Usher out the unlucky drivers, without convincing the survivors. Here's a curve and here's a truck. Take a chance and trust to luck. The next one's practically standing still. Pause here. Read this poem 2 or 3 times. This is a tricky poem. You need to ensure that you understand what the poem is actually saying, what the poem is implying. So pause here. Read it as many times as you need to. "26. Why does the poet feel the horses are laughing in line 1? Okay, we know he does not hear them laughing. It says here, I think the horses must be laughing. The prairie is all theirs to roam, so they have some big space for themselves. That would be a reason to laugh, perhaps. They're treated well by their owners. They might be treated well, but we're not told that directly. We're not even told that they have owners. And since they're roaming the prairies, they might be wild horses. And D, they were replaced with something which causes harm. Alright, I'm gonna break down the poem for you guys. This is kind of cheating, but we're really practicing for the exam. So I won't waste the time. I'll let you know exactly what this poem is actually saying, because it's an extremely tricky poem, very tricky poem. So the speaker is looking at the horses and saying, wow, these horses must be laughing. These horses must be saying, look at these stupid humans. Look at how they replace us with cars. These are obviously cars, right? So let's take it line by line. I think the horses must be laughing, kicking up their heels and chaffing. Chaffing is a critical word because it means ridiculing or making fun of someone. So the horses are laughing and making fun of us. Why are they making fun of us? Why are they ridiculing us? Let's see. They're watching from their green abode. So they're in this safe space. They have their prairies that they can roam safely. And why are they laughing and chaffing? They're watching the things. So they're watching from their abode the things that drove them off the road. Whinnying in soft derision. What does whinnying mean? Whinnying is really the sound of horses. Neighing. That's the sound. That is the sound horses make. But importantly, we have derision. What is derision? This poem is a vocabulary test. Derision links back to chaffing and laughing. Derision is that feeling of, looking at someone with disdain, with ridicule, basically having the attitude that someone else is really a laughing stock. So they're ridiculing, laughing at the fact that we took horses off the road and replaced them, not with something better than them, but with something that is breaking down and blowing out and colliding. Whinnying in soft derision at breakdown, blowout, and collision. Cars break down, have blowouts, and collide. They're neighing as they roam the prairies. And then you see here, motorists' obituaries. What are obituaries? An obituary is like a reading that is done at a person's death, at a person's funeral. It's often published in newspapers, and sometimes the epitaph, which is like a shorter form, is written on the gravestone. So looking at stanza 1, the speaker is saying, I think. So this is all from the mind of not the horses, the speaker. The speaker is looking at the horses and saying, boy, these horses must be having such a grand time. They must be laughing at us because we are so stupid. We had horses on the roads, back in the day, before cars we had horses, we would ride horses. We had horses, but we have replaced them. We have thrown the horses out. We have abandoned them. Now they're roaming the prairies free. No one is riding and owning them anymore. They are free to roam. While instead of having reliable horses that wouldn't crash and collide and kill people, we are now driving cars, trucks. And obviously, this is a bad decision. This is stupidity based on what the reader thinks. So he thinks the horses are laughing and chaffing and whinnying in soft derision because he thinks that it's a bad idea to replace the horses with cars. Is that clear? Pause, reread, make sure that the first stanza is clear to you. The speaker is being very sarcastic. He is ridiculing us by saying the horses must be laughing at us. We see derision, we see chaffing, we see laughing. Alright, let's look at stanza 2. Read the epitaphs on Monday of drivers various on Sunday. So drivers are dying like crazy, weekly. Every Monday we have a new epitaph to read. Every Sunday a driver dies, perhaps. Beep the horn and hold the klaxon. The klaxon is basically a loud horn for Hebrew, Latin, and Anglo-Saxon. Howling klaxon, beeping horn, the funeral dirge on Monday morn. A dirge is like a mournful poem or song. So we're talking about the funerals of the dead drivers here. So we have replaced the horses with the cars, and as a result, we're having funerals. People are dying. Alright? Now look at these lines. Beep the horn and hold the klaxon. We know that cars have horns. So actually we see the horns being very much tied into the dirge, into the funeral setting, into the deaths. So it's almost as if you're driving on the road and you beeping your car horn is basically heralding your own funeral. That is the impression given here. Usher out the unlucky drivers. Of course, the unlucky one must be those who would be dead by now. Usher out the unlucky drivers without convincing the survivors. Critical line. So even though we see so many deaths, even though after having replaced the horses with cars, people are dying like crazy on the roads, we are still the ones who survive, the ones who live to die another day. They are not even convinced. They are still not seeing the problem. They still don't realize that driving on the roads, replacing horses with cars, is causing a problem. So we are still unconvinced. The speaker is basically resigned. He's saying, boy, we're so stupid. Even though it's so obvious, we can't see the problem. Without convincing the survivors. Look at this. Here's a curve and here's a truck. So here we see a curve on the road, a dangerous corner, and here's a truck. Take a chance and trust to luck. So he's basically saying this is what we are doing. We see a curve, we get a truck. We're just taking chances with our lives, trusting to luck. So driving on these roads is nothing more than a game of chance. It's Russian roulette. The next one's practically standing still. What next one? This is a bit ambiguous. It could imply that the next person who's going to die is practically standing still. So they're basically waiting in line to die. But more literally, it's connected to the previous two lines. Here's a curve and here's a truck. So go on. No problem. Overtake that truck on the curve, which is extremely dangerous. Take a chance. If you're going to be overtaking a truck at a curve, you're taking a chance. You're trusting to luck. Because if you're unlucky, you're going to die. We saw that reference to luck in line 15. The next one's practically standing still. The next car, the car up ahead, the truck up ahead, it's not even moving quickly, so you can overtake it easily. This is all sarcastic. The writer does not want us to take a chance and trust the luck and overtake any truck around a curve. He's basically saying this is what we are doing and we need to wise up. So here, the speaker, the deep message that the speaker is trying to bring to us is that the roads are dangerous because of, how, not just the fact that we use cars and vehicles, but that we are reckless in how we use them. We have replaced the horses, which were a much safer alternative, a safer means of transportation. And we're killing off ourselves with this more modern method of transportation. So you could say that the message of this poem is for us to recognize that we need to be more careful on the roads. Maybe not everyone should be a driver. If you are driving, be careful, because people are dying weekly, and this is not even a necessary thing. We're just being careless. And we see this message brought out in a kind of sarcastic way. The horses must be laughing at our stupidity. So that's what this poem is really all about. It's a tricky poem, but now that we have a better understanding of the poem, let's get into the questions. 26. Why does the poet feel the horses are laughing? Line 1. Answer D. As I've explained, they were replaced with something which causes harm. They're laughing at us, ridiculing us. He doesn't hear them laughing. He says, I think. The prairie is all theirs to roam. Yeah, but that's not why they're laughing. They have all this space to roam, but that is not why they're laughing and chaffing. And they're treated well by their owners. We don't even know if they have owners. So that's crazy. What are the things suggested in line 4? The things that drove them off the road. Obviously, vehicles. The things that drove horses off the road are the same things that have breakdowns, blowouts, and collisions. Accidents couldn't have driven the horses off the road, or explosions or traffic jams. But what are the things that are involved with all these? Vehicles. 28. Which of the following words suggests the driver's destiny? The destiny is where the drivers will end up. It has to be their obituaries in line 80, because this means they're going to be dead. None of these have anything to do with the driver's destiny. 29. According to the poet, what days seemed to be the most prone to fatalities? In other words, when do most of the drivers die? Most of the drivers die on Sundays. Now, C and D will be out, so how do we choose between Mondays and Sundays? Well, it's actually clear. Read the epitaphs on Monday. You would read the epitaph after the death. It wouldn't be necessarily on the same day the drivers die. If someone dies today, you won't have the funeral and the epitaph and everything on the same day. Plus, in line 10, it says of drivers, various and Sunday. So various drivers die on Sunday. That is just a poetic way of saying that. The drivers are connected to these two words. They're various because many drivers are dying. They're connected to Sunday because Sunday is when they usually die. So 2 pieces of evidence for B. 30. What is the poet's tone in lines 17 to 18? Here's a curve and here's a truck. Take a chance and trust to luck. What does that sound like to you? Remember, the aim, the underlying message is for us to be more careful on the road. You need to understand the poet's intent. What is it that the poem is trying to tell us? And then we see here a direct contradiction of the overall intent of the poem. Here's a curve, here's a truck. Here you see a curve. Jump in this truck, go and kill off yourself. Obviously, it's being sarcastic. These make no sense. Madness. This is sarcasm. 31. The poet is recommending that drivers drive. This is where you need to unlock your poetic sense. It might seem as if he wants us to drive recklessly, but remember, the aim, the intent of the poem is to highlight this situation and to get us to realize what's happening and do something about it. So he's saying, here's a curve and here's a truck, take a chance and trust the luck. He's not literally telling us to go and jump over a cliff or run over a precipice. What he's actually trying to tell us is that we need to be careful. We need to drive carefully. He uses the sarcasm here by saying the opposite of what he actually means. He spends half of the first stanza showing us the deaths that happen as a result of recklessness. So he couldn't be telling us to be reckless. Why are the horses laughing? They're laughing because we're being reckless, we're being stupid. And that is the problem that we need to fix. How do we fix it? Not by being more reckless, by being careful. So when you see the words of a poem, you can't take them at face value. You have to look at the intent. You have to look at all of the poem on a whole and see what the message actually is. So the answer is definitely C. I've seen many persons choose D, but D cannot be correct if you understand poetry. Luckily, you guys only got 6 questions on this poem. It's a tough poem that has appeared on 2 papers, one recent, one not so recent. And on both papers, it caused problems because students of English A aren't necessarily students of English B, which means not all students really know how to read poetry. And this is a poem that tests your ability to read and understand poetry. Anyhow, let's move on. Okay, here we've moved on to the next passage for items 32 through 41. As usual, I'll read and then I'll give you a chance to read on your own. The moment Aldrich stepped outside, Carnival hit him, and his heart grew big, and he felt a softness flow over him. And on the street, the steel band and masqueraders were assembling. The months of practicing and sewing and painting and building were flowing together in the stillness of the morning under the eyes of women and children who had awakened from sleep and dressed hurriedly to come out and watch their band, to see their people, to admire them and cheer them and accompany them, to tramp the pavement while the masqueraders occupied the street as a sort of guard right into Port of Spain. It hit him, the red and black and gold and green, the colors and the feathers of the satin, and the people's faces with that look in their eyes, and the smell of cologne and face powder, and the smell of grease and the look of wonder on the children's faces, and the little fellas with sailor caps on. And what reverence and what awe, as they alone in the whole world had the real eyes to see the real thing, to see heroes, to see giants, to see gods. And watching, fascinated by it all, as if he were seeing with the boy's eyes, Aldrich felt a tallness and a pride, felt his hair rise on his head, and full of brimming with furious tears, Aldrich felt again the fierce love and hope that he had doubted in himself, felt again a sense of mission, felt that yes, there was a place for him here, that there was something to say yes to, and people before whom and on whose behalf he could dance the dragon. With a strong piercing scream, he stepped into the street, his chains rattling, his arms outflung, his head lolling in a slow, threatening dance of the beast, so that the people on the hill turned to him, recognizing him, said, "Yes, yes, that is dragon." Thrilling passage, isn't it? You may pause here and take your time to read the passage. Alright, let's get into number 32. The words hit him, lines 1 and 8, are used to emphasize the impact of. Answer A. The excitement of the carnival. So the moment he stepped outside, the carnival, the vibe, the atmosphere, the energy, all that is happening in the carnival, it just struck him. It hit him. We see here, it's further explained in line 8. It hit him. What hit him? The red and black and green and gold, the colors and the feathers, the people's faces with that look in their eyes, the cologne, the face powder, the smell of grease, all of these carnival elements just hit him. And of course, it wasn't a literal hit, so it couldn't be objects being thrown, and we didn't see any collisions happening. D is close, but it's not just the noise and smells, but it's really everything. It's also the colors. We see red and black and green and gold. And we see the sight of the fellas with the sailor caps on. 33. and his heart grew big in line 1 means that Aldrich this is easy, felt great pride. We see that he's going to be playing a critical part in this carnival. He's dancing the dragon, and we know that this carnival means a lot to him. And so his heart grew big, and we see here he felt a softness flow over him. He felt that overwhelming feeling of his heart welling up. This is great pride. And we see here in the last paragraph, Aldrich felt a tallness and a pride. So it's actually explained later down. Perhaps he wanted to cry, but why? Because he felt great pride. The greater meaning is that he felt great pride. And he didn't feel angry, and we don't know about D. 34. Lines 2 and 3 suggest that preparations for carnival entail a great deal of C. Hard work. Let's look at the lines. We see here the months of practicing and sewing and painting and building. So we can see that a lot of preparation was going on here. And we see that it's months. They weren't preparing for just a few days. It was months of work. Practicing, that's work. Sewing, that's work. Painting and building, that's work. And none of these really make sense. It wouldn't have been excitement because the carnival would be the spectacle of excitement. But before the carnival, we had the months of hard work. The repetition of and in line 3 of the extract is intended to show so we're looking at the same line here, practicing and sewing and painting and building. Why would the writer repeat and as opposed to just, use some lovely commas? The writer is showing the continuous nature of the activities involved. We see here there are months of these things, and the writer is showing us how continuous, how non-stop this all was. Something and something and something and something. It gives us the impression that this is not ending. There is no end in sight. It's like the preparation was going on forever. These are out. 36, lines 4 and 5 suggest that. Let's see, women and the children who had awakened from sleep and dressed hurriedly. They dressed hurriedly to come out and watch their band, to see their people, to admire and cheer them on. So obviously they didn't want to miss the spectacle. They got up early. They came out to watch. Time was passing quickly. This doesn't add up here. We don't see time passing quickly, and these are just silly. 37. What reverence and what awe in line 11 means that the spectators were. Let's see. And what reverence and what awe, as they alone in the world had the eyes to see the real thing. They must have been captivated. They must have been in this state of speechlessness. So reverence and awe speak to that captivation where your jaws have dropped and you can't even speak. You're just looking wide-eyed. So captivated, you are immersed into what's happening. At some points they might have been astonished, but the overall feeling is one of captivation. And C and D are out. 38. The reaction of the people to Aldrich's dance was one of. Okay, the answer is C. Recognition and approval. Look here. The people recognized him. They approved. They said, yes, this is dragon. That is approval. So it's the only possible answer. C. 39. The last sentence of the extract, lines 17 to 20, gives the impression that Aldrich's dance is intended to be This one is tricky, apparently. I've often seen the wrong answer selected, but it has to be frightening. Look at the evidence, guys. With a strong, piercing scream, he stepped into the street, his chains rattling. Chains rattling? This is intended to be frightening. The intention of this dance is not to have people saying, "Oh, what a cute dragon." It's to have people shaking, cowering. Of course, it's a part of the carnival excitement. Especially kids should watch this dragon and just get nightmares. This dragon is supposed to frighten the people, but in a way where they would be excited and captivated. We see his arms outflung, scary. Head lolling, very scary. Slow, threatening dance. Scary stuff. And then the people recognized and approved that yes, this is as frightening as we need it to be. So it's supposed to be frightening. Surprising, cheerful, these are out. Amusing, they're not just amused, they're shaken up by this dance. 40. In describing carnival, the writer makes use of the senses. Which of the following senses is not used in the extract? Answer, taste. There is no sense of taste here, and we can check that we have sight, smell, and hearing. Let's see. We see here the red and black and gold and green, the colors and feathers of satin. So feathers of satin along with the colors. We have touch and we also have sight. So sight would be out. We see the smell of grease. So we have smell. We hear the steel band. We hear the piercing scream here, and I'm sure there are other evidences of hearing. So it has to be A, taste. For the one, the most suitable title for the extract is I hate these most suitable title questions, but the entire extract here is about the carnival, so it has to be D. The Carnival of Port of Spain. Carnival does not seem to be on the decline. People are as excited as ever. And the dragon isn't weak here. Could it be the dragon's heart? I thought about this, but it's not as if the entire extract is about the dragon. The dragon really came in the last paragraph, but the entire extract is about the carnival. So when you're looking for a suitable title, look at what the entire extract is about, not just one paragraph or one line. Okay, that's it for this passage. Let's move down to the next passage for items 42 through 49. Land and air and water are filled with living things, but apart from mankind, they scarcely ever change. Or, if they do, it is over vast periods of time. Ferns grow and fish swim just as they did long before man walked upon the earth. The industrious ants continue their routine of self-preservation and self-perpetuation as they did when the dinosaurs ruled. But man, in his comparatively brief history, has transformed both the world and himself. His specific quality is purposeful change through thought. He is man, the thinker. The human brain works like a heart, ceaselessly pulsing day and night, from childhood to old age. That man thinks all the time is a familiar idea, but it is a less familiar concept that all human history might be best understood as a process of learning. It was by learning that we ceased to be animals and made ourselves into men. Far back in the warm jungles, somehow, cell by cell and reflex by reflex, and with it our two other miraculous human powers, our fantastically intricate speech and our ingenious, adaptable hands. The earliest tools were scarcely more than lumps of stone, with a few corners chipped off to fit the hands roughly. But gradually, century by century, better stones are selected, and they are chipped and smoothed and rounded and sharpened until they are not only efficient, but almost handsome. It is impossible to look at those stone tools and to imagine their makers without feeling pity, admiration, and affection for our clever, industrious ancestors. and without renewing our reverence for the growth of the human mind. After the stone tools came the control of fire, the skillful, almost magical transformation of lumps of earth into hard pottery and durable metal, the creation of the wheel. Equally wonderful, perhaps more wonderful, was the invention or development of plants. Almost everything we consume, except animal food, is part of a plant, carefully bred from selected stock: wheat, sugar, fruits, tobacco, hemp, cotton. Some intelligent man or woman found each plant growing wild in the jungle, tasted or tested it, and by patient experiment discovered how to rear and improve it. This was one of the real beginnings of civilization. In that slow, patient process, men improved the plants, and the plants improved men. Men ceased to live at random. They settled down and grew together. Cultivated fields made men invent rules and observe seasons. Therefore, laws were devised, the calendar was established, and astronomy became a science. By such and other growth, we moved from primitive animalism through primitive human savagery to civilization. Pause here and read the passage on your own. Read carefully. Let's jump down to 42. The writer's use of the phrase, "as they did when the dinosaurs ruled," in line 4, is intended to answer A. Indicate the time which has passed. Let's look at the entire paragraph in order to see the context for line 4. Land and air and water are filled with living things, but apart from mankind, they scarcely ever change, or if they do, it is over vast periods of time. Everything else will support this phrase. It's over vast periods of time. Let's see. Ferns grow and fish swim just as they did long before man walked upon the earth. So it's saying these changes happened over a long period of time. Long before man walked upon the face of the earth. Long before man walked upon the earth. So, a long time ago. The industrious ants continue their routine of self-preservation and self-perpetuation since a long time ago, as they did when the dinosaurs ruled. This is used to show us how much time would have passed. 43. The purpose of paragraph 1, lines 1 through 6, is to answer B. Compare the development of man with that of other living things. So the whole passage is saying man has developed at a more impressive rate than any other living thing. Man is special because we learn, we think, we grow, we adapt, we evolve over a short span of time. In contrast, the other animals, the plants, the other organisms, they take ages to develop. Let's see how the development of man is compared to the development of other things here. We see that land, air, and water are filled with living things, but apart from man, so we have a contrast, a comparison. Apart from man, they scarcely ever change. Or if they do, it's over vast periods of time. So the difference here, just in the first sentence, is that the other living things, they barely change. And if they change, it takes a long time. But man is different from that because it says here, apart from man. And we see some examples. Ferns and fish. So living things here, ferns and fish, they swim just as they did a long time ago. The industrious ants continue their routine from a long time ago. But, word of contrast, man, in his comparatively brief history, has transformed the world and himself. So the entire paragraph here is comparing the development of man with that of other living things. That's it. 44. In lines 7 to 8, the writer's comparison between the human brain and the human heart serves to obviously A. Look at the lines. The human brain works like the heart. Now, let's look at what this comparison means. Ceaselessly pulsing, day and night, from childhood to old age. So the brain never stops working. That is the point of the comparison. A. 45. Which of the following is not mentioned by the writer as a source of man's remarkable powers? Answer A, man's reflexes. The passage did not mention that this is one of our remarkable powers. Let's see where the reflexes, or where the word reflexes is mentioned. Here from line 10 to 11. Far back in the warm jungles, somehow, cell by cell and reflex by reflex, the wonderful human brain was formed. So the word reflex here it's kind of a trick in this question. This is just telling us how the brain was formed. It's not talking about the reflexes of man. Cell by cell, reflex by reflex, the human brain was formed. So this is not man's reflex. This is about how the brain was formed. So this is not mentioned as a remarkable power of man, but simply used in illustrating how the brain would have developed. And this is the only place where reflex is mentioned. Let's look at the rest. We know that the human brain is mentioned as one of our remarkable powers. That happens in paragraph 2. Man's capacity for speech also is said to be miraculous. We see here, and with it, our two other miraculous human powers, clearly stated. Our fantastically intricate speech, and also the next one here is mentioned, and our ingenious adaptable hands. So A is the only one not mentioned in this capacity. 46. One quality of our tool-making ancestors, identified by the writer in paragraph 3, is that they were Okay, let's look at paragraph 3. We see that century by century they selected stones, they smoothed, rounded, sharpened until they were effective and also handsome. So the ancestors worked on the tools, right? And it's impossible to look at them without feeling pity, admiration, and affection for our clever, industrious means hardworking, industrious ancestors. So they're obviously hardworking. They're not reflective, and handsome is used to describe the tools, and they're not unimaginative because they had enough imagination and enough sense to improve the tools over time. 47. The writer's intention in lines 13 to 14 is to Okay, this one has tricked many, teachers included. The writer's intention. Why did the writer write lines 13 through 18? Let's look at the lines. So we're looking at this entire paragraph. No need to reread it, but look at the paragraph in the context of the entire passage. We see here in paragraph 1, the writer is saying, man is different from the other living things because we develop quickly. We're special. In line 2, we talk about the human brain and how it separates us from other living things. Basically, mankind has a different kind of brain. Our brain is special. Man is a smart species. We are sensible, we are intelligent. And this intelligence would have been honed from the time of our ancestors until now. Now, this whole paragraph about the tools is really showing us that indeed man is skillful. So it's not about tracing the development of tools. Remember, you're looking at not just what is literally said, but what is the intent behind saying it. The writer shows us how, not just how tools were developed, but how man developed tools in order to support the point that man is skillful. Look at this. The earliest tools were nothing more than lumps of stone. And we see that they were sharpened until they were not just efficient, but almost handsome. Who sharpened them? Our ancestors, man. It is impossible to look at those stone tools and to imagine their makers without feeling pity, admiration, and affection for our clever, industrious ancestors, and without renewing our reverence for the growth of the human mind. So the point of this paragraph is not necessarily just that tools developed. It's that mankind, through their skill, through the power of their brain, developed tools. So while B seems to be a close contender, A is the answer, because we are looking at the writer's intent. Not just what is stated, but why it was stated. 48. In paragraphs 4 and 5, the author links the actual beginnings of civilization with? Answer A, cultivation of plants. We see here, almost everything we consume except animal food is part of a plant, carefully bred and selected stock. Blah 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 blah. Some intelligent man or woman found each plant growing wild in the jungle, tasted or tested it, and by patient experiment discovered how to rear and improve it. Look at the next line. This was one of the real beginnings of civilization. That's our answer. The beginning of civilization is connected to the plants. It's only after having learned to make use of plants that we really began to be civilized. In that slow, patient process, the same process dealing with the plants here, men improved the plants and the plants improved men. Another big hint. So men moved from being savages to being civilized, because not only did we improve the plants, but in turn the plants improved us. Men ceased to live at random. They settled down and grew together. This is talking about civilization. And plants have something to do with how we were able to do that. We cultivated fields, we invented rules, we now had a calendar, and all of these things are related to the plants. So that's the only possible answer. Last one for this passage. According to the passage, in what order did the following accomplishments take place? Okay, this is all about just rereading the passage. It's B. Let's see why it's B. So the first one, refining of stone tools. That happens in paragraph 3. Then we have 3, which is the command of fire. That happens at the beginning of paragraph 4. After the stone tools came the control of fire. And then number 2, which is the transformation of earth into pottery. We have that in the same line here. Transformation of lumps of earth into hard pottery. And finally, we have 4, which is the perfection of plant life, which happens at the end of the 4th paragraph down into the last paragraph. So that's it. Moving down to the next passage. Celestial is not just for tourists. Many from neighboring islands find themselves hopping over to Celestial during a long weekend for a quick and enjoyable escape. This is because people know that on this tiny isle, there is so much to see, so much to do, and so much on offer. All the leisure time you have during your stay can be spent in so many different ways. Maybe you would prefer to spend your holiday sleeping in late into the afternoons, awaking to be served a scrumptious breakfast in bed, lounging around the pools or beaches, basking in the warm sun, souvenir shopping, or mingling with the locals and acquainting yourself with a new and fascinating culture. With so many things to do on the island, your choices are endless. There are so many engaging ways to experience the pleasing sights, sounds, and scenery of this island paradise. Sightseeing, though, is by far one of the most fun and the dynamic ways of learning about all that Celestial has to offer. A nice alternative to the typical travel itinerary, with scheduled times for specific activities, is to do what comes naturally here and take it slow. Stop as you go. Pull over at lookout points and rest stops for an eat and a drink, while chatting and admiring some extraordinary places of interest. The most developed areas of Celestial are relatively modern, with numerous trendy hotels. A few resorts and scattered modest guest houses can be found, in addition to the international airport. Along the Caribbean coast, there is a seemingly infinite stretch of white sandy beaches, which are a favorite with tourists. Blisstown is the vibrant and scenic capital and port that is the hub of all the island's activities. Alright, pause here and read. "50. What is the writer's main purpose?" This whole thing is an ad encouraging tourists to visit Celestial. Look at all we can do, look at all we can see, look at all we can enjoy. It's not just about stating the location or comparing attractions or features. All of these are done in order to encourage us to come to Celestial, encourage tourists. 51. According to the extract, Celestial is located answer C, in the Caribbean. You see here, along the Caribbean coast, there is a seemingly infinite stretch of white sandy beaches. Alright, so it's in the Caribbean, obviously. 52. The repetition of the words so much and so many serves to D. Convey the writer's excitement about the variety of things to do. There's so much to see, so much to do, so much on offer. We can see that the writer is excited about the number of ways in which they can enjoy themselves. And these can all be eliminated easily because these are all nonsense answers. 53. Which of the following phrases suggests the variety of experiences Celestial offers as presented by the writer? Giveaway. Your choices are endless in line 8. With so many different things to do on the island, your choices are endless. So obviously, there are many different things you can enjoy. These are all out. Don't be tricked by the word alternative. An alternative just means maybe there's a second option, but your choices are endless. That suggests that there are many options. 54. According to the extract, visitors to Celestial may stay at all of the following except C. Reread the passage if necessary. You will see that they may not stay at rest stops. It says here you can pull over at lookout points and rest stops for an eat or a drink. That's all it says. Alright, let's move down to the final piece of this puzzle. Read the following advertisement carefully and then answer items 55 to 56 on what is stated or implied. I won't be reading anything here. I'll just allow you guys to read and then I'll jump into the questions. "55. One fact contained in the advertisement is..." Answer is A, the price of the product. This is the only fact contained in the ad. You see that the product goes for $9.99. Let's eliminate the others. Expert approval of acne be gone. We see here tested by a dermatologist, and then we see below it approved. But this could be tricky marketing. It doesn't necessarily say straightforwardly that dermatologists or other experts have approved the product. It just says it was tested, and then below it we see approved. So maybe they're putting these two texts close together so that we can infer that it has been approved, but this was not stated as fact. C, that sources everywhere are selling the product. That is simply not stated. D, the product's popularity and effectiveness. Of course, these are not factual but opinions. 56. To whom is the product mainly targeted? Obviously B, people who suffer with acne. This is an acne cream. Of course, if you're ambitious or if you want a date for graduation, if you lack confidence, it may apply to you. But the factor that connects all of these people is that they suffer with acne. This is the main thing. 57. Which of the following techniques are used to persuade in this advertisement? Another controversial question. I think it's D. 1, 2, and 3. All of these. So usually it's between D and C. But showing the container, especially with this graphic of the sparkle or the shining element around it, it does help us to imagine what the product is like physically. It gets us a bit more attached to the product and a bit more invested. When you see an image of something, it becomes more real and it makes you want it more. So showing the product, especially in this bubble of light or shining, it really adds to the enticement. And obviously the financial enticement and appeal to fears and desires, those work as well. We say appeal to fears and desires here. Do you want a date for graduation? Do you want your confidence back? Do you want to clear all unsightly blemishes? They're appealing to fears and desires here. A language device used in the advertisement to persuade is only rhetorical questions are used. And we see 3 back to back here. Back to back to back. What might be the purpose of the size of the font used to describe the side effects? This one is extremely tricky, but it's A. It suggests that the side effects are minor. We see here at the bottom in small text, side effects include blah blah blah, and they make this small, so you can think that the side effects are actually not so noticeable, not so significant, not so important. It doesn't hide the consequences because the text is still there. It's not hidden, it's just small. And it doesn't misdirect the reader to do anything. Now, D is a close contender. It demonstrates that the problems are minor in comparison to the benefits. The main problem with D is the word demonstrates. This doesn't demonstrate anything. It might insinuate, it might hint, but just making the text smaller wouldn't necessarily demonstrate anything. So A is the perfect answer. Final question. The words while stocks last under the checked price most likely would have the effect of. I've seen wrong answers for this one, but it has to be B. Persuading the reader to buy the product quickly. You have to get it now. Stocks are going to run out any day now. If you don't get it now, maybe you will not have a chance to get it tomorrow. You have to come in and buy it now while stocks last. That is basically it. Nothing to do with saving money. This doesn't make sense. And while stocks last doesn't make us feel as if we need it. What it would bring to mind is that I have to hurry and get this thing now because they're going to run out soon. And that's it. We've covered the 2020 paper. Check your score and recheck your wrong answers. Pause the video. I'll be waiting right here. If by now your score is 50 out of 60 or higher, that is excellent. If it's not quite there yet, don't panic. Remember, you can always retake the marathon or retake particular papers until you feel more confident. Anyway, time for your final break. Pause here and relax for a bit. The next test will be super quick. This is the most recent past paper to date. At the time of this recording, here we're dealing with the January 2022 past paper. We're going to be moving very quickly through this paper. So instead of walking you through the questions individually, I'll allow you to attempt the questions in sections, and then I'll just give you the explanations and the answers accordingly. Items 1 to 5. Instructions. Each sentence has either 1 or 2 words missing. Choose from the 4 options the word or pair of words which best completes the meaning of the sentence. Mark your choice on the answer sheet. We'll be seeing quite a number of repeat questions on this paper since we've gone through so many papers. So pause here and record your answers for items 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. D, D, C, B, C. Alright, we've seen this question at least twice so far. Ready-to-wear garments are available in great numbers off the racks in stores. So you can go into the stores and pick them up now. And they couldn't be sorted in great numbers off the racks. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. Situated, original, these are just nonsense answers. D is the only possible option. If you prepare thoroughly, if you prepare very carefully, very meticulously, if you go through every detail of preparation, you have a good chance of convincing the interviewer that you're the right person for the job. This makes sense. If you're preparing for a job interview, you need to prepare thoroughly. That will increase your chance of convincing whoever is interviewing you that you are the person for the job. If you prepare carefully, this is good. You have a good chance of prompting the interviewer. That part is out. If you prepare hurriedly, nope. If you prepare hurriedly, that's a bad thing. You might not be impressing anyone. If you prepare inadequately, is a negative word. It means to not prepare enough. So this wouldn't work. The water in the reservoir was in danger of being polluted. These are insane. Infected sounds like it might be good, but water can't be infected. A person might be infected by the polluted water, but the water itself is polluted. And we already know that this is thwart. We've seen this question before. Okay, items 6 through 10. Some of the following sentences are unacceptable because they contain errors. No sentence contains more than one error. Some of the sentences are acceptable as they stand. On the answer sheet, choose the one option that best describes each sentence as follows. Pause here and read through A, B, C, D. Remember, they switch these around from time to time, so make sure you read carefully. Alright, now log in your answers for 6 through 10, and then I'll go through this entire section. C, D, B, C, A. Here, it should be it apostrophe S, so we have faulty grammar. This is a good sentence, as we've seen before. You see here that this sentence is trying way too hard with the metaphor here, the idiom, to put one's foot down. It says here, put down his foot. That's not properly stated. That should be put his foot down. That would be much more natural. And to jump into the saddle, that's trying to be a metaphor, but it's not used properly. So the last part of the sentence, he decided to jump into the saddle and put down his foot. That is not properly used. The new disciplinary methods had a positive affect. This should be effect. Positive effect. So bad diction. 10. He advanced a step or two. We've seen this before. Redundant sentence. Moving on. Okay, pause here and read the instructions as well as submit your answers. D, B, T, A, C. 11. Overcome with happiness, I ran past my home without realizing I had done so until my sister called me. No problem with this sentence. If Antonio's attitude changes, there, this is the wrong there. This should be THERE. 13. One of the admirable characteristics of the young is that they are not easily scared. No error. We've seen this before. Since too many passengers, we can count the passengers. It's a countable noun. 1 passenger, 2 passengers. So it must be many, since too many passengers. If we cannot count a noun, for example, water, we can't say 1 water, 2 water. Then we can say too much water. But we can count the bottles of water, so it will be too many bottles of water. So remember that rule. If it's countable, many. If it's uncountable, much. 15, we know that loose should be loose. Moving on. Read the instructions here and submit your answers. A, B, D, A, D. 16, 17, 18, we've seen those before. We've also seen 20 before. As for 19, the views expressed by Mr. Jones were inconsistent. We're looking for opposites. Hope you read that correctly. The views expressed by Mr. Jones were inconsistent with those of the committee. It means these views were different, were not fitting, were not adding up with the views of the committee. They were not consistent. In other words, they were not compatible. So in this case, the opposite of inconsistent can be compatible. A synonym here would be incompatible. and antonym compatible. And these are not opposites. Moving on. Okay, read everything and submit your answers. A, B, B, A, A. You've seen this before. 22. It's going to be alright, Mom assured me. Mom assured me that it was going to be alright. So B. 23. During my time at school, I was involved in extracurricular activities. I was involved in extracurricular activities while I was at school. B. We've seen this, we've seen that. Moving on. Alright, finally we have something we haven't seen before, but since I'm no longer spoon feeding you guys and since we're moving quickly, I'll just pause here and allow you to read the poem on your own. Then I'll go through the questions. Alright, we're working from items 26 through 35, so a number of questions here. I hope you really understand this poem. 26. The title of the poem, Forgive My Guilt, suggests that the poet is... If you're asking for forgiveness, then you're admitting that you have done something wrong. C. Admitting his guilt. Had he been denying his guilt, he would not be asking for forgiveness. He's not proving anything, and he's not suppressing his guilt. He's not keeping it bottled in. He's admitting it, he's talking about it. 27. The phrase air ran blue in line 5 is an example of... Metaphor, because the air didn't literally turn blue. The air ran blue, this is talking about the tension that the speaker felt as he held his breath. By the way, in this poem, we basically, in a super summary, we see someone who had shot some birds feeling guilty and remorseful about having shot those birds. That's what's happening here. And if you know about poetic devices, you know that none of these make sense. Alright, the poem has jumped to the left. We have the questions on the right. 28. The tone of the poem changes from one of factual recollection to one of emotional response. At which of the following lines does the change occur? Answer C, line 11. So from here down to here, the speaker is basically telling us what happened. He's just recalling the facts of the day. It was years ago. He lay in the flowers with his gun. He held his breath. He saw the two birds running. His gun went off. Into the sea I ran to fetch them. They swam with their heads high out to sea. These are all facts. From line 11, however, we start to see some emotions coming in. They cried like two sorrowful high flutes. We even see some poetic language coming in. So he's not just recalling what happened, but now we're seeing an emotional response. We're seeing how he felt about what happened, how he feels about what happened. 29. What effect does the change of tone from factual recollection to emotional response produce? We can eliminate a dramatic result and a heightening of action. We're left with B and D, a contrast in mood, sympathy toward the person. So we see that when the mood changes, we can more clearly understand the speaker's guilt. But are we supposed to feel sorry for the speaker or feel sorry for the birds that he brutally killed? I'm not sure. So D is not quite certain, but B is quite certain. If we have a shift in tone, a change in tone from factual recollection to emotional response, then obviously the mood is going to change. If you change the tone, in response, the mood will change. That's just how poetry works. Number 30. The following words in the poem all share the same connotation. Sorrowful, crying, broken. Which of the following phrases in the poem has a similar connotation to these words? jagged ivory bones in line 12. So we see sorrowful, crying, broken. These are all describing the state, the sorry, pitiful, sad state of the birds. Just like jagged ivory bones, their bones were shattered, broken by the gunshot. That's what we can see in line 12. Their heads high does not have the same connotation of the birds being broken. And these have nothing to do with it. So it has to be B. 31. All of the following phrases in the poem describe physical characteristics of the two birds except your answer, C. Let's look at the others. Line 6. Two birds on golden legs, slim as dream things. The birds are slim, the birds are slender. That's a physical characteristic. Line 7. Ran like quicksilver. This is talking about how the birds moved, so it's a physical quality. Wild, airy, and beautiful. Lines 23 to 24. Wild, airy, especially airy and beautiful, these are definitely describing the birds physically. But in line 20, we have slender flutes of sorrow. This is not describing the physical characteristics of the birds. Instead, it's describing a sound. It's describing how the birds sound. That sorrowful cry after having been shot. 32. The writer uses the phrase denied the air in line 21 to suggest that the birds were unable to fly. So because they were shot and their wings were broken, perhaps even their legs were torn apart, they were unable to fly. Very simple. Of course, we can't say they didn't care to fly. They're birds. Of course, they want to fly. We have no evidence that they couldn't breathe. The birds could still be alive at this point. And we do get the impression that the birds were crying out for quite some time before they died. And D doesn't make sense. 33. Which of the following moods is suggested in lines 11 through 24? Clearly it's sympathetic. They cried like two sorrowful high flutes, and throughout these lines we see that the speaker is really sorry for the birds. He's sorry about what he did. We see regret, we see sympathy, we see guilt. He's not criticizing the birds, he's not indifferent toward them, because obviously he's feeling some strong emotions, and this is crazy. 34. To which of the following senses does the poem most appeal? Sight and hearing. We see many things. Let's look at some things that we see in the poem. Frost flowers. This metaphor is using some visual imagery. Two birds on golden legs, slim as dream things, on the golden sand, jagged ivory bones. And we have more down here for sight. What about hearing? What do we hear? My gun went off. They cried like two sorrowful high flutes. The cries went out one day, but I still hear them. See, more appealing to hearing here. Those slender flutes of sorrow never cease. Yeah, we get the point. Sight and hearing. So sight would be correct, but there is not much appeal to touch. Maybe a little, but not much. Touch wouldn't quite fit in. Smell, there's hardly any smell, or maybe there's no smell in this poem. And again, touch is out. So sight and hearing. D. 35. The main theme of the poem is so we're looking for a theme, not just for what literally happened. This is what happens in the poem, but then the theme must be the broader idea that comes out of it. We see that, yes, a sin is committed, but throughout the poem, we're really seeing the remorse of the speaker. We're seeing that he feels guilty. His conscience is not allowing him to, sleep at night. We are not sure whether or not he's forgiven. And those are the questions on this poem. Alright, moving down. For items 36 through 44, we have a familiar passage that we'll read and answer questions on. Pause here, read this passage that we would have seen in the 2020 January paper. Read it, refresh your memory, and then we'll get to the questions. Alright, check the previous paper for explanations for most of these questions because these are mainly repeat questions. 36, and his heart grew big in line 1 means that Aldrich as you should recall, felt great pride. 37, lines 2 and 3, the months of down to stillness suggest that preparations for carnival entail a great deal of. For the other questions here, 38 through 44, pause and submit your answers, and then I'll give you the answers and explain. So if you need explanations, check out the previous paper. 38C, 39B, 40A, 41C, 42D, 43A, 44. There's a slight change here. Last time we had Carnival of Port of Spain. This time we have Caribbean Carnival. But again, the title that most generally deals with what happens throughout the passage, that's the correct answer. And A, C, and D are all the same foolishness. Just like that, we're moving on to the next section. So for items 45 through 49, we'll be answering questions based on this passage. Pause here, read the passage, and then I'll jump into the answers. For the 5, before being given an ABC card, persons have to undergo a means test. Here we see before being given a card, persons will be subjected to a means testing. They will make sure that you need the help before giving you a card. If you think the answer was B, C, or D, then you need to do some rereading. 46. People who are eligible to apply for the card are your answer? Low or no income persons. So after you get the means test, what's going to determine whether or not you can get the card is this. After this process is completed, low or no income persons who are interested in participating in the program will be notified. So if you have too much money, if they think you are well off and you're okay, you will not be able to apply. 47. Members of the public who need information about the program may contact B. The ABC Secretariat. The ABC Secretariat can be contacted at this time for further information about the program or blah blah blah. 48. The passage is most likely a press release, which means this ministry or this organization would just be releasing some information about what they're offering, what they're doing. Last one here, it is most probable that the writer of this passage is an official of the Ministry of Social Development. This looks like it's coming right out of the office of the Ministry of Social Development. It wouldn't be a press reporter. This isn't something being covered by the media. And a citizen wouldn't have all this information, wouldn't be writing about all of this. And C seems like it might be okay, but it's not, because it says here, contact this person for details. And then we see who is writing here, the ministry. The ministry thanks those persons who blah blah blah. The ministry is the writer of this press release. Done with that. Imagine how lucky we are. We have another repeat passage. Pause here, read Celestial. Just as we did with Aldrich, if you need explanations for the repeat questions, go back to the 2020 paper. 50. What's the writer's main purpose? B. 51. According to the extract, Celestial is located in the Caribbean. 52. The repetition of the words so much and so many serves to D. 53. Which of the following phrases suggests the variety of experiences Celestial offers as presented by the writer? A. 54. According to the extract, visitors to Celestial may stay at all of the following except rest stops. Moving on. Alright, we are at the end here. Look at us. Alright, read this carefully and then we'll answer the last couple of questions on the paper. Pause and read. Just submit all of your answers here and then I'll just blaze through this last part. The main purpose of the extract is to encourage better energy use. Energy efficiency tips. Energy efficiency tips. All of this information is telling you how you can save energy. No one's trying to sell you anything or promote lighting in the home. And it's not just highlighting energy use, it's encouraging better energy use. 56. B. This one is tricky to absorb. In the case of the dirt here, the dirt is soaking up the energy. The dirt is soaking up as much as half of the light, kind of stealing half of the energy that you need. So these are all actually kind of close, to be honest. D isn't really close, but soak up is simply the most accurate one here. 57D. Simple fact, just check the passage. Look at number 2 here. 58A. We see this in tip number 3. 59B. This is not stated here. Check number 6 and you will not see this stated. But we see A, C, and D. We see low wattage bulbs use less energy. We see that here. Not all light bulbs are energy efficient. That's actually here again. And also it's here. Compact fluorescent lights are energy efficient. Yep, it uses much less energy than incandescent lights. 60, the final question. B. This flyer here, or whatever it is targeting householders. Persons who live in a house who have lights. It has nothing to do with installing or fixing the lights. So these are out. And building contractors. Oh boy. CSEC, you're funny sometimes. Well, that's it. Good job, guys. Welcome back. You've made it to the end of the marathon. You've just worked through 5 real CSEC English A past papers, getting explanations for every question and answer. This will definitely pay off. Hopefully your paper 1 skills have improved a lot. Comment below which test, according to your score, was the easiest and which was the most difficult. If you still have some worries or questions about paper 1 in general, or about some particular questions or passages, let me know in the comments. I'll definitely respond to you ASAP. Also, you can retake the entire marathon or individual papers if you still need more practice. I'll see you in the paper 2 crash course. Check the description of this video for details on that. Also, make sure you are subscribed and have notifications turned on so you can immediately get access to any video or post I make before the exams. Good work and good luck.